with conductor Yoel Levy, a little Finnish pride to wrap up the hour. I'm Melissa Owsley. Thanks so much for listening today. I'll come back in a minute to bring you Flight, pre-pandemic production from our friends at Minnesota Opera. That's coming up next here on your classical Minnesota Public Radio, 99.5 KSJN, Minneapolis, St. Paul, sharing the power of classical music with member support.
Listener support amplifies the power of classical music. And starting on May 6th during our spring member drive, your donation to NPR means access to Minnesota's 75 state parks and recreation areas. When you support your classical
to address the City Council on issues related to the Eden Prairie City government prior to each council meeting, which are typically held the first and third Tuesdays of each month. These open podium times are from 6:30 to 6:55 here in the council chamber, and if you wish to speak at open podium, please do contact the city manager's office at 952-949-8412 just to help us to be better prepared for your topic. And do that by noon of the meeting date with your name, phone number, and subject matter. If time permits, after scheduled speakers are finished, the mayor will open the floor to unscheduled speakers. Open podium is not recorded or televised, and if you have any questions about open podium, please do reach out to the city manager's office. So this evening we have we have a proclamation and a presentation. So the presentation is the comprehensive financial report. Mr. Getcho.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. As you know, at your workshop, you received a very detailed briefing on the city's audit and financial statement for 2020 in workshop. So now we have a brief presentation and then action to move to accept our 2020 annual comprehensive financial report. And our auditor is here from Bergen KDV to give us a brief presentation before you take action. And the full report is in the council packet, several hundred pages long, but if anyone were to want to view the report, it's available online.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council, for having me here tonight. My name is Andrew Grice from Bergen KDV, here to present the audit report for the year ended December 31st, 2020. Our role as your auditor is to come in, test, examine, look at the documentation that supports the numbers and disclosures in your financial statements, and ultimately give an opinion on the financial statements.
Andrew, hang on just a second.
Sure.
Would you mind moving your mic up closer? And if you felt comfortable, you
Sure.
could take your mask off.
Absolutely.
It's up to you completely.
No, that's great. So
Okay.
just wanted to remind everyone our role as the auditor is to come in, test, examine, and look at the underlying documentation to support the numbers and disclosures in your financial statements and give an opinion as to whether the financial position at the end of the year is materially correct. And happy to report that we are issuing a clean or an unmodified opinion on the financial statement, which is the best that we can give as your auditor. We also issue a report in accordance with government auditing standards. This has us take a look at internal control over financial reporting, also has us take a look at any compliance-related matters that affect the financial statements, and happy to report we had no deficiencies and no compliance-related matters to report. We also had a federal single audit, or a report on the uniform guidance, and that is required whenever the city expends more than $750,000 in federal awards. And this year, there were two major programs, the Coronavirus Relief Fund and also the Federal Transit Improvement Grant, and had no compliance findings related to those grants and also no internal control findings related to those grants. We also issued a report on Minnesota legal compliance. The Office of the State Auditor requires us to take a look at your deposits and investments, conflicts of interest, contracts and bidding, and some other miscellaneous provisions, and happy to report we had no compliance findings to report there. On the next slide, we begin taking a look at the financial analysis. We also issue a communications letter that goes over some required communication and also highlights some financial results for the year. And this first slide here takes a look at the general fund revenues for the last 5 years. And in 2020, general fund revenues increased about $1.7 million, and there were some changes in several categories here. Most notably, the charges for services category decreased about $3.7 million, and that was the result of the pandemic on programming for the year. On the intergovernmental revenue source, there was an increase of about $4.5 million, and that was the receipt of the coronavirus relief funds. And those are the main or largest differences here between 2019 and 2020. Going on to the next slide, this shows general fund expenditures for the last 5 years. And in 2020, there was a decrease of about $385,000. The Park and Recreation program had the largest decrease of about $1.4 million, and that was a result to less programming as a result of the pandemic. Fire expenditures increased about $500,000 compared to the prior year. There were increases in wages, benefits, supplies, and other categories, and some of that being related to the pandemic. The next slide shows budget to actual results for 2020. And the budget that was set by City Council called for just over $48 million in revenue, just over $48.5 million in expenditures, and had transfers in and other financing uses and sources there, and anticipated basically a flat budget or just an $87,000 decrease in fund balance for the year. Actual results on the revenue side, revenues came in about $2.8 million higher than anticipated. A majority of that, again, relating to the intergovernmental revenue category, with the coronavirus relief funds coming in better than anticipated, and then less charges for services than anticipated related to the pandemic. $2.8 million variance on the expenditure side, coming in less than anticipated, again, mainly in that park and recreation category due to less programming. And that generated a surplus of about $5 million, with $4.7 million being transferred out to other funds, and ultimately increasing fund balance by $867,000 for the year. The next chart summarizes the general fund operations for the last 5 years, including total revenues, total expenditures, and also includes the cash and investment balances, as well as the unassigned fund balance, which is the metric that we use to measure financial health of the city. And the unassigned fund balance increased about $842,000. And the city does have a fund balance policy in place based on a few specific calculations. And at the end of the year in 2020, the city was in compliance with that fund balance policy. Going on to the next chart here. This shows governmental activities per capita data. And the information that's being presented here is the revenue sources per capita. And the intergovernmental revenue per capita did decrease this year. And that was a result of some significant street aid received in 2019. And then also the charges for services category decreased due to the recreation charges decreases, or the charges for services decreased this year related to the pandemic. Overall, there was a decrease in revenue per capita of 113. The next chart shows expenditures per capita. And overall, the governmental expenditures per capita decreased $175. A majority of that decrease related to capital outlay with the significant street projects in the prior year. A couple other items to note when comparing the City of Eden Prairie to the statewide averages. The City of Eden Prairie in 2019 had $70 spent per capita in administration compared to $107 per capita for the statewide average. And then also one significant difference between the statewide average and the City of Eden Prairie is the Parks and Recreation Program. Statewide average for similar sized cities was $106 per capita, whereas the City of Eden Prairie was spending $199 per capita for the 2019 year. The next chart shows tax capacities, levies, and rates, and this shows how the City of Eden Prairie has maintained a consistent tax capacity rate, with 2020 being the lowest of the 5 years presented. The tax capacity that's presented in the green bar, the top bar, is tied to market values within the city, which has increased each of the last 5 years. It had a slight increase in levy here in 2020, increasing 3.5%, but again, maintaining a flat property tax rate here comparing 2019 to 2020. That's a high-level summary of the financial results for this year. Next, we'd like to open it up for any questions.
Council, we spent an hour on this downstairs tonight, but are there any further questions you wish to ask? All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm just going to say is thank you for Ritgacho and the staff doing a wonderful job. You know, we were getting this consistently last 3 years I've been in the council now. It's a great job. Managing finance is one of the most important aspects, besides removing the snow and keeping the best park and all that stuff. So thank you for the staff doing a wonderful job.
I'd like to echo that. I appreciate all the work Sue and Tammy put in and throughout the audit process, made for a smooth process on our side, so appreciate that very much.
And I would add that along with our fiscal responsibility, that we are one of a handful of cities that consistently over the couple decades has received the AAA bond rating. And I want to say something that I'd like everyone in the room and outside to hear tonight too, that you'll hear from me at least this evening and some of the others, that regardless how this vote comes out tonight later on Noble Hill, you'll hear our amazing record, really superior to almost any city that any of you live in out there tonight. In the last 40 years, what we've done for the environment and spent on parks and water safety and recreation. And as we did that, you told us tonight that we're in the top 5% of the cities that you work within, really, I don't know if it's across the nation, but in the state, in being fiscally responsible and having stable budgets. So I mean, we've done, and it's not just us sitting here. Some of you are new, and of course it goes way back beyond me into the 60s and 70s, but we've had consistently decades of responsible Eden Prairie City government. So I'm getting just a little bit of a buzz, I don't know if, or echo back in the control room if you're hearing this. All right, if there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to accept this annual comprehensive report.
I'll move to accept the 2020 annual comprehensive financial report.
Second.
Yep, and we
don't
had
need a roll call.
Say what?
No roll
I know.
call.
I was just
No
going to
roll
say
call.
that this is our first meeting ever in the history of Eden Prairie with these 5 people being in the same room, because we've had COVID virtual meetings. And so in a COVID virtual meeting, we had to do roll call votes on everything. So I can do a voice vote tonight. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, and passes unanimously. Thank you so much, and thanks for all the work that you did. And I echo you that our financial city staff, as always, are amazing. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
To Sue and Tammy and others. All right, we do have a proclamation this evening for Senior Awareness Month. Mr. Lothammer.
Your Honor, council members, this is an item that comes before you each year because May is Senior Awareness Month, and so we will have the proclamation. I want to tell you a couple things before that, though. As you remember, during COVID, we've been telling you that during the colder weather, we have a lot of virtual experiences for our seniors. And as we get to May, which is Senior Awareness Month, we've got quite a few more programs, many of them virtual, but also this is a time as the weather's getting better, we're able to offer programs that are in person but outside. And now as we approach June, and as it looks like things are going to be freeing up even more, that'll be a time where we'll be able to have smaller groups and a few more things that can come inside the senior center. So as you hear in the coming weeks, you'll hear more about those indoor programs, but it will really be an opportunity to welcome our seniors back into the senior center. But a couple things, or many things that'll be happening during May for Senior Awareness Month. People can check them all out online, but a couple things to highlight. We have Peak at Pioneer Park that's coming up, where the park behind the senior center has a lot of things for people to do. We're also going to have some gardeners there because it is a location of community gardens. A forester will be there with some of the trees that have been planted recently. We've got some game courts that are back there that anybody, not just seniors, can access and play as a family or play as with their friends. So that's an event we're looking forward to welcoming our seniors back to. We also have the shred truck is going to be coming. That's open for all. And so that's an opportunity for people to come behind the senior center, meet the shred truck, and have some of their items shredded appropriately. And then we also have the LRT update. So Carter Schulze from our engineering staff will be there, along with representatives of the Metro Transit, and they'll be giving an update on where LRT is at in Eden Prairie. So those are just some of the examples that will be happening, but we will be more engaging with our seniors as the restrictions continue to loosen.
Councilmember Nelson.
What are the hours of the shred truck for this year for anyone listening?
I want to say that it's 10 to 2, but I'll double check that, and it's also on the website if people go there. The first hour is usually very busy, so if you can make it about an hour in, you'll have less of a line.
Thank you.
Great. I do have a proclamation to read then this evening.
Yes, please.
Proclaiming the Senior Awareness Month. Whereas the increasing number of seniors on this council, in Eden Prairie also, except for you, Lisa, bring many opportunities and challenges for all components of our city, families, businesses, and government. And whereas every segment of our society is influenced by the needs, the resources, and expertise of our seniors, and awareness improves participation and action. And whereas our Eden Prairie seniors play a pivotal role in formal and informal education, sharing years of accumulated experience and wisdom which will impact our future. And whereas the community wishes to celebrate and acknowledge the contributions and accomplishments of the seniors in our community and recognize the organizations that serve older adults. And finally, whereas Senior Awareness Month recognizes that seniors are an integral part of our community. Now, therefore, the Eden Prairie City Council does hereby proclaim May 2021 as Senior Awareness Month, duly adopted by the Eden Prairie City Council on this 4th day of May 2021. Ronald A. Case, Mayor. We do we don't need a motion. We just simply proclaimed it. All right, we're good to go. All right, approval of agenda. Are there any items to the agenda that anybody wishes to add? If not, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Any items or lines or words, any edits to make in any of the minutes that were held from the workshop April 20th or the City Council meeting? Okay. If not, is there a motion that could combine the two then?
Move to approve the following City Council minutes. City Council workshop held Tuesday, April 20th, 2021, and City Council meeting held Tuesday, April 20, 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Moving down to the consent calendar. Any items to question, to pull temporarily, get more further information on? Mr.
Mayor,
Getchell.
yes, I need to have one item pulled. Item E is not yet ready. The installation of the city center boilers, we need to do more work on that item.
Okay.
So we would ask that you approve A through L minus E.
Okay. Any further discussion then? Is there a motion then to approve the consent calendar without E?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar A through L without E.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, we are down to our first and only public hearing of the evening, Noble Hill. Mr. Getchell.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Pulte Homes is requesting approval to develop 50 single-family lots on just under 28 acres at 9955 and 9875 Spring Road. The current property currently has a single-family home and a former Christmas tree farm. The applicant is here tonight to provide a presentation to the City Council, and also the city has received a citizen petition requesting that an EAW be conducted, and the City Council is the decision maker for whether you want to move forward with an EAW or not. You must take action on the EAW before any actions that you would take on the project. And as I said, the applicant is here to provide a presentation, and then staff is also here to answer any questions that you may have before or after the public hearing.
All right. Please come forward, whoever.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I think I need a piece of technology to advance my slideshow. You'll do it? Okay, thank you. Apologize for that, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, city staff, I'm pleased to be here. My name is Dean Lauder. Is it okay if I remove my mask also?
Yes.
All right, thank you. It's a little easier. I'm the manager of land planning and entitlement for Pulte Homes. And with me tonight is our engineer from Alliant Engineering, Mark Rausch, and our geologist, John Dussman from Summit Enviro Solutions. John will actually be assisting with the presentation at a later point, and we'll be sharing some vital information, I think, that you'll want to hear. But I'll introduce him a little more thoroughly at the time his presentation comes up. One of the things that I thought I would do perhaps, though, is just introduce myself a little bit further. I think oftentimes when applicants come before you, you don't really know who they are, you don't know what their background is, and you don't know much about them. And I just want to share a little bit of my background because I want you to know what kind of person I am and what kind of project this is. And so I would like to just inform you all that for more than 20 years, I actually served the public also as a city manager in the state of Minnesota. And most recently, or my last appointment, I should say, in Minnesota was with the city of New Brighton, where I was the city manager for more than 13 years. I dealt with a lot of different kinds of challenging projects in a lot of different environments. One of those most notable projects was dealing with contaminated groundwater because we were down gradient from what's known as the former Twin Cities Army ammunition plant. You may have read a little bit about that, you may know a little bit about that, but for New Brighton and actually the city of St. Anthony Village, we lived a very different reality because of it. I was charged by the mayor and the council that I served to be in charge of leading the litigation team and the engineer and the scientific team into federal court to hold the federal government accountable for the actions that they took on that site, starting back in the early 1940s, moving forward through their support for World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. Many munitions were built there. And during that manufacturing process, unfortunately, solvents were sometimes disposed of in ways that weren't necessarily friendly to the environment. Those contaminants started showing up in New Brighton's groundwater in the 80s. The city took action and found a safe and reliable solution at the time, but ultimately felt that the federal government, the Pentagon, and the Army should be held accountable for their actions. So the city took them to court in the 80s, settled litigation, which worked well for about 30 years. And it was as simple as this. And there was a lot of litigation, but it was as simple as this. We do, you pay. In other words, the city takes care of cleaning the water and providing safe and reliable water. The federal government pays. During my tenure, which wasn't during that time, the federal government started to want to change that relationship unilaterally. And so we ended up having to go back into federal court because we had to file an enforcement action, basically to say, you need to live by the rules that you agreed to over 30 years ago. This is about providing safe and reliable water to the public. We settled that litigation. We received $59.4 million in settlement, which would provide us about 30 years of funding to clean that water and make it safe for the public. Literally 7 days after that settlement, those settlement dollars were deposited in the city's account, the Department of Health discovered a new contaminant of emerging concern in the water that we didn't know about and that our water treatment plant technology couldn't remove. We all of a sudden had to fire that all up again. We had to go and communicate with the public. All the goodwill that was built over the previous 4 years leading up to and after the litigation effort or the court action almost vaporized overnight. And one of the reasons why it vaporized overnight was, unfortunately, there were folks that spread a lot of misinformation about the facts. And the fact is, the city of New Brighton was the one public agency that was standing up to protect the very citizens that were consuming the water. But at the public hearings and the public meetings where I was generally the lead presenter, I was accused of giving people brain cancer. I was accused of giving people things that were health issues and ailments because of consuming the water. And it was because people spread misinformation about the reality. I didn't have time to contemplate why people would endeavor to do such things, but the fact is they did. So I had to work hard to build trust and rapport with the public. And the mayor and the council wanted me, and I am wired to do the right thing. When my career took a turn and I needed a change, I looked to the private sector, but I was concerned that I wouldn't be able to find an opportunity in the private sector that would position me to always do the right thing. I was a career public servant. I found at Pulte Homes a culture and an environment where we are frequently asked by leadership during our weekly meetings, what's the right thing to do? So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, what I'd like to do tonight is to present this application to you. We call this application or this neighborhood Noble Hill. I'll ask others to help with presenting some factual information that should address all of the concerns, whether they are factual or not, to the best of our ability. When the presentation is complete, I believe you will see that we have a thoughtful and well-planned proposal, and it's solid on every level because we're doing the right thing. So with that, I'd like to start the presentation. I hope my introductory comments didn't scare the controller out of the staff's hands. Let's see. So here's our agenda tonight. We'll do a little introduction of the company, the city's comprehensive plan, how the Pulte proposal marries up nicely with that. We're going to talk about sensitive environmental areas that are actually on the Standel property. And we're going to talk about Frederick Miller Spring, which is a sensitive environmental feature that is not on the Standel property, and its recharge area is not on the Standel property. And for those reasons, we'll suggest to you, for your consideration, Mr. Mayor, that you and the council should vote to deny the petition for the EAW. I will then provide a summary and request for approval, and we'll wrap up and then be here to stand for your questions. So if you've not heard of Pulte Homes, we are a large national builder. We build in Minnesota, largely in the Twin Cities area, and we're largely known under the Pulte name. If you have traveled much in our southern states of our country, you may have come across neighborhoods known as Del Webb neighborhoods. Those are age-restricted 55 and up resort-style living communities. We just recently started building some of those in Minnesota. The first one up in Corcoran, the other one is currently being built in Chaska, but we're known for really superior floor plans because we engage with the buyers of our homes frequently. And the purpose of that is to create a relationship with them. We don't just want them to buy a house from us once. We hope that they come back to us as their housing needs change throughout their life. So as an early home purchaser, we hope they look at buying a townhouse or a villa perhaps, As their family needs change, maybe they come back to us for a single-family home. And as they become empty nesters, we hope they come back to us and look at what homes we provide that will meet their needs. The city has a comprehensive plan called Aspire 2040. And originally, and I'm sorry, some of my titles aren't coming across the top of the presentation, so I'll do the best I can to explain what's going on here. But this is actually a map from the 2030 comprehensive plan for the city. And the numbers are residing on the parcels that make up the Standell property, and this is the property in question tonight. The comp plan from 2030 for the city of Eden Prairie showed low density and medium density residential and even some office on this space. And then in 2040, under the current comp plan, it's zoned as rural. And largely, as you know, it's been a homestead property for the Standell family. And they've also operated a business there, Christmas Tree Farm. Comp plan guidance for this property is low density residential, and that's why I feel like our proposal, and you'll learn some of the reasons why or the facts that attribute to why we think that our low density presentation marries up beautifully with the city's comprehensive plan. This is an aerial, just kind of getting familiar with the area. Again, you see the three parcels that are the Standell's property. To the immediate east and north across Spring Road is the Hennepin Village neighborhood. I believe there's about 684 units there on 245 acres. And you have, of course, Riley Creek to the immediate west. Sensitive areas that are actually on the Standell property, of course, is Riley Creek and the associated wetlands. That just kind of comes in and moves in and out of the Standell property. We also have this area here, which has been identified as sand gravel prairie habitat. And we'll talk a little bit about that too later in the presentation. Our ecologist has provided you a report that talks about threatened endangered species, and it does focus on plant life. But what we've learned about sand gravel prairie is that that particular area has somewhat degraded over the years. The map that the petitioners submitted was 25 years old that shows a moderate to high biodiversity or quality biodiversity there. And that unfortunately isn't quite the same set of circumstances out there. There's some invasive species and tree covers that have affected the nature of that sand gravel prairie. And then, of course, there's a lot of existing trees, the vegetation there. And what you'll learn also by the end of this presentation is that entire area, all those sensitive environmental areas on the Standell property are going to be protected in perpetuity in an outlot that we call somewhat unceremoniously Outlot D, but that'll be dedicated to the city's interests so that in perpetuity those areas will remain protected. And that's been a part of our plan all along as we've looked at kind of the drawing board and how we were going to move into a well thought out, well engineered proposal for you. There are some interesting facts to know along the way, and one is that we are dedicating over 31% of the Standell property will be dedicated as open space. With the largest part, of course, being in that Outlot D. It'll protect those on-site sensitive areas we've talked about, and it's the PUD that allows us to actually protect those environmentally sensitive areas. This plan probably doesn't look terribly different than something the city did see and consider before, at least as far as the Planning Commission was concerned. A different developer had brought forth a proposal. They received unanimous Planning Commission support, but the pandemic hit, and unfortunately, a lot of housing developers didn't know, quite frankly, what the future held. So they walked, and I would assume that was part of their figuring, but I don't know exactly what led to their entire conclusion there. There are some significant differences, though, that are worth pointing out between the previous proposal and ours, even though they look strikingly similar. We reduced the number of homes by 9, so we're proposing 50 homes, not 59. In terms of caliper inches, we're actually preserving 14% more trees. We've reduced the retaining walls needed by 35%, and we're reducing the impervious surface as opposed to the previous application by 5%. That doesn't sound like a terrible amount of reduction in impervious surface, but when you realize that most low-density neighborhoods have about 40% impervious coverage, and this proposal has 22%. What we're really trying to show here is we're doing the right thing to make sure that we build a wonderful neighborhood that the community will be proud of and protect those environmentally sensitive areas. With regards to our tree preservation plan, we've identified 789 significant trees on the property. There will be 445 trees under the proposal that would be removed. However, 344 will be saved. And I do have a correction. We have, I think it's 42 heritage trees total, because there are some other heritage trees that are in the right-of-way that would also be removed. But when you're talking about the heritage trees that are actually on the Standell site, we're saving 18 of those 39 heritage trees. And we'll be planting 327 new trees, whereas the previous applicant was proposing 217 new trees. So we're really trying to do the right thing. This is an example of some of the homes that you would likely see built out in the Noble Hill neighborhood. They're approximately just a little over 3,100 square feet to a little under 3,600 square feet. 4-bedroom, 3-car garage, single-family homes. One of the things that we're proud of is there's an energy efficiency rating system called HERS, and the United States Department of Energy estimates that in our particular market, the typical home that's on the resale market of all of our existing homes would probably get a score of about 130, and the lower the score, the better. Pulte homes are scored between 47 and 53 on the HERS scale, and therefore are 77 to 83% more energy efficient than the typical home of our existing housing market in general. Now, I'm not comparing to Pulte homes, past and future, or past and present. I'm talking about new Pulte homes compared to the existing housing market. 77 to 83% more energy efficient. And we provide options too, like when a buyer meets with our electrician as they're building their homes, they can choose to have their homes pre-wired for EV vehicles. Should that be of interest, I believe we can offer either a 30 amp or a 50 amp pre-wiring so that EV vehicles are more well accommodated. So now I want to introduce a sensitive environmental area that is not on the Standell site. The outlet structure, as most people are very much aware of, has a turnout on Spring Road and is located on the east side of Spring Road. And I think that has led some to believe that the source of that spring is also on the east side of the road. And it isn't. Since its inception, it has been brought underneath Spring Road from the west side, with the potential source of that spring on the west side of Spring Road. So the outlet structure itself and the source and the recharge area of the spring are not on the Standell property. This might be a little difficult for everyone to see, and there's an awful lot going on here, but one of the things that I wanted to try to provide was a picture, a graphic to scale. If you were to stand to the south looking north up Spring Road, and you had the Standell property to the east or on the right side developed as Noble Hill, and you had existing conditions on the west side of Spring Road, what you can see is that any stormwater, as it would traverse from the Noble Hill development, would go through a series of storm drainage. It would hit infiltration ponds. And for those who think that the stormwater could come down off that site and negatively impact the source of the spring, what they have to believe is that that water eventually will hit the low point, which is the bed of Riley Creek at 731 feet of elevation, go over Spring Road, and climb 50 feet up the hill on the west side to be able to infiltrate the recharge area of the spring. We know that just simply can't happen. So now I'm going to invite our geologist, John Dustman, to come up and present on the following slides. He's going to talk about Frederick Miller Spring, and he's going to help us all understand the geology regarding the spring. So, if I could have that just back up for a minute. Thank you. For over 35 years, John has been performing geological and hydrogeological environmental assessments. He has extensive experience in groundwater supply, soil and groundwater remediation, environmental review, compliance, and management. He's been a principal project manager on water supply assessments, aquifer tests, wellhead protection plans, soil and groundwater contamination assessments, brownfield redevelopment, remedial investigations, and environmental review documents. One of the things he also does is he serves on the Technical Advisory Commission to a governor-appointed group called the Metropolitan Area Water Supply Advisory Commission. And so he's one of the smart folks, I like to say, that supports that group in their work and in their effort. So with that, I'd like to just hand it over to John. When John's done, then I've got a few more slides to go through, Mr. Mayor, and then we would stand for questions.
Yeah, sure. My name is John Dustman, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I am a registered professional geologist, and I was fortunate enough to move to Minnesota in 1984, and I was really lucky to get on with the Department of Transportation. And I spent 4 years running all over the state of Minnesota and got very familiar with the different geologic terrains in Minnesota, and certainly have over the years come to love the glacial geology that we're going to talk a little bit about here tonight. First slide. So Pulte Homes asked me to come out and take a look and try to give a professional opinion as to where I thought the water was coming from that is coming out of the discharge spout. And for those that don't know where it is, probably everybody knows this famous spring, but it's just up from the Lion's Tap on Spring Road. Next slide. So I was very fortunate enough to get a guided tour of that area with a couple of, one local resident, and I've spent some time on the phone with a couple other longtime residents that have roots going back hundreds of years in the area. And they were nice enough to talk about the early days of what it used to be. And we're not going to get into a whole big talk about the difference between a seep and a spring. But it was originally really a spring. It was a wet area up on a natural terrace up on the side of the hill. And there used to be an old home up there, and I would surmise that maybe the house was built there because there was a nice water source there for them. But unfortunately, when they went in and kind of started digging around in that area, the water started coming out the side of the hill. It flowed down the hill and was crossing what was an unpaved spring road, causing a bunch of ruts and then corresponding bumps in the road. And the story goes is that the ladies' carriages and the milk truck guy delivery was not too pleased with the condition of these bumps in the road, and so they decided we'll go ahead and take the spring underneath the road. So they actually took an old pig dipping pot, which I don't know that I've ever seen, but if you have a cast iron pot that's big enough to dip a pig, it's kind of like a bathtub. And so I talked to the guy's grandson who went up there and put this pot up into the side of the hill. They took a sledgehammer, they knocked a hole in it, and then they took clay tile and they tiled the pipe down the hill and to the spring. So that's kind of how I started my assessment, but I kind of wanted to go a little bit further and try to determine where actually the water was coming from. Next slide. In order to understand the recharge area, you've got to understand a couple concepts and a couple geological terms. Topography really does dictate the amount of infiltration and the amount of runoff. It's kind of simple to understand. If you have a big steep hill, you're going to have more runoff and the water's going to run down. If it's flatter, you're going to have more infiltration. And so that's a pretty important concept. So then it gets a little more difficult because now we're going to talk about under the ground. And what can happen under the ground is a little dome can occur. It's called mounding. And if you have a flat area that's got all this water infiltrating and you got these steep sides where a lot's running off, you're going to have groundwater mounding occur kind of in the middle of that. And water does truly run downhill, okay? So if you have a mound, you then have radial flow. Water is going to run down that dome into all different directions. Next slide. So this shows a topographic map, and really this was the original dotted line that I put on that I thought was a likely area for the recharge area of the spring. You can see on the top, you see how close the topographic lines are together on the sides of the hill, but you get up to the top at that 900 contour, and it's relatively flat up there. In fact, that had been farmed for many, many, many years up there. And so you can see I kind of bisected that, that flat area. The whole feature is kind of a standalone hill. Do you see that there's hills on all sides of it, and water would be then running down radially across that. But certainly, as a hydrogeologist, I would expect there to be a groundwater divide at the top of that hill with some water coming to the east and some water coming to the west. Next slide. So the two terms you need to understand for the superficial geology are outwash and till. Outwash is material that was deposited as the glaciers were melting back. Till was deposited directly under the glacier. Imagine the weight of a mile of ice, 5,000 feet of ice, and this thing's moving south. And imagine what it's doing to the ground surface. It is like a huge bulldozer. And it scrapes and digs and scratches everything it moves. And imagine the amount of abrasion that it would cause. So what happens is it just grinds everything up to just an extremely fine, it's like putting an Oreo into a blender. It's powder. And that becomes clay then. In geology, you know, we're not very smart people and it's easy. There's only clay, silt, sand, gravel, cobbles, and boulders. That's it. That makes up the entire universe of soil. And so most of the tills in Minnesota are clay. They have the permeability about that tabletop, and so water doesn't readily move through them. You can identify a till fairly easily when you break open clay, because if there's pebbles and sand in there that are kind of random, well, how could that possibly be made if it was deposited with water? Water is the great sorter. It sorts things out. And with the glacier, it just mashed all this together, so there's this randomness of particles sizes in the particular stuff. But these two particular terms are very important. Next slide, please. So here is the superficial geology map. What is a superficial geology map? Well, that means if you took off the soil, geologists don't really talk about soils, and that's what you grow things in. It's what's underneath of the soil that we talk about. And in this area, there's the glacial outwash, which is the sand, and then this particular hill over to the left there on the west is primarily outwash on the top, but you can see on almost three sides, you can see the green glacial till. So this has been mapped by geologies, by the Minnesota Geological Survey, and so there's no sand to the north and the south and kind of to the west, and then there's this glacial sand. And then the alluvium is water deposited materials, and that's Riley Creek. That's why there's alluvium there, is because Riley Creek was there. Next slide, please. So it's this underlying clay that becomes a major actor in where the water is coming from the spring. Before the sand was deposited on top of that clay, there were streams and channels on top of that clay, and it was eroded like the land surface is today. This whole area is nothing more than just erosion. That's why these hills are there, is because of erosion. Well, that happened on the top of the till before the outwash was deposited. So what's happening today is water is percolating down through the outwash, sand, it hits the clay surface, and then it runs vertically and horizontally, as water wants to do, to run downhill.
Which direction?
So what we did to figure out which direction was we collected 18 well logs. Most of the homes up on the top of that particular hill have their own wells, and so they put in well logs, or they put in wells. The well driller goes out, he looks at the material while they're drilling it, and he makes a log of that. And we have what's called the Minnesota Well Index, that I went and found the logs, and then I converted those elevations of the clay into feet above sea level, and then created the next map. Next slide.
John, just a second. We're not going to have yelling out of questions or any comments from the audience, but thank you. Keep going.
Well, the reason I didn't answer is because this shows it very clearly. So when you take the elevations of the top of the clay surface and you interpolate it, this is basically a contour map of the top of the clay that's buried 90 to 100 and some feet below the land surface. So this is a snapshot of a layer. The dark areas are the high areas of the clay, and the lighter browns are the low areas of the clay. And you can see I did this after I put in my dotted kind of potential recharge area just as a hydrogeologist, and it sure makes a lot of sense to me that you can see if you were a particle of water, you'd want to be running down away from the high spots to the low spot, which points directly down to where the seep originally came out of the side of the hill. Next slide. So this resulted in this kind of cartoon that I made for you to kind of describe what is my opinion of where the water is coming from. This makes total sense, I think, to any hydrogeologist, that you have sand, you have clay, you have a topographic surface of the clay that runs down towards where the discharge is now. That's why there is a terrace there, in my opinion, because where the clay starts, the clay is much harder to erode than the sand. And so there was a natural terrace where the guy built his house, where the wet spot was that he originally had seen this water, and that's where they put the pig pot, and then they piped it down the hill. So the reason it's coming out with a real nice flow is because it's got almost 40 to 50 feet of elevation drop, and that's why it's constantly running. I calculated that recharge area picture you saw with the dotted line is about 65 acres. I calculated it would take about 24 acres in a normal precipitation year to fully recharge the spring. And so what we're looking at, I didn't get into travel times, and I didn't get into all that because I didn't think it was relevant to the project once I figured out that there's no possible way that the water from the Noble Hill development could enter this recharge area. But we're probably looking at travel times in 5 to 10 years. Groundwater doesn't move very fast. And so when the rain hits, it's got that long to get filtered through the sand, not only vertically as it goes down, but then horizontally as it makes its way to the spring. Last slide, please. So in conclusion, I just can't imagine a way that surface water, stormwater from the development would enter the recharge area of the spring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and thank you, John. I appreciate that. What I'd also want to just touch on, and again, not all my titles are showing up here, but what we're talking about now is stormwater compliance of the proposed development for Noble Hill. And it's important for, I think, everyone to understand that when we propose a development like this, we need to control for the rate, the quality of the water, and the volume of the water that's leaving the developed site. And especially if we're discharging potentially to sensitive areas like the wetlands, we have to meet discharge standards that are very high. What this slide also shows you is the value of a well-engineered plan. What you're looking at is the two main areas we have to contemplate when looking at stormwater, as do regulatory agencies like local government, cities, and watershed districts, is of course total suspended solids, which are impurities in water, and phosphorus. The existing site as it stands right now actually contributes about 865 pounds a year of total suspended solids. Our engineered stormwater plan would actually reduce that by more than half. The total phosphorus loading that comes off the site is 4.76 pounds per year. Our engineered storm drainage would actually reduce that by half yet again. And the annual volume in terms of acre feet of stormwater coming off the site, existing conditions versus developed, again, is reduced by more than half. So for the entire site, we comply and actually surpass all stormwater regulatory rules, reducing those suspended solids and phosphorus loading by more than half. Wetland protection standards actually require, if you're discharging to the wetland, that you remove 75% of phosphorus at a minimum and 90% of those total suspended solids. Our stormwater proposal will actually remove 98% on both accounts. I mentioned before, but it's worth repeating, our low-density site is significantly low in impervious surface. Again, most low-density sites have at least 40% impervious surface. Ours has 22%. And another really important fact to consider is that in Outlot D, which is where the current homestead is located and the related business uses like the barn and the above-ground storage fuel containers, the driveway, the parking area, stuff like that, that all is impervious surface that's currently located extremely close to all those sensitive on-site environmental areas, and we'll be removing all of those and returning that area to natural landscape, and it'll be part of Outlot D. And that's not an insignificant amount of coverage. It's about 0.43 acres of hard cover that'll be removed in close proximity to those sensitive areas we want to protect. So these four categories is what the petitioners suggested are the basis for having an EAW. And when it comes to the biodiversity, the area is identified by a 25-year-old map as moderate to high biodiversity. It's located in what will be Outlot D. So if you care about the high biodiversity areas, as we do, those are going to be protected in that Outlot D. Riley Creek impairment, I just showed you on the previous slides that we comply with very stringent rules and we surpass those requirements. And we have a very, very low level of impervious surface. Frederick Miller Spring is actually geologically what would be called a seep. It's a perched water table on a clay layer filtered by sandy soils of 90 to 100 feet deep. And most importantly, won't be affected in any way by the proposed development on the Standell site. Health, safety, and quality of life. Our homes are efficient homes. We're proposing a low-density development, and they're highly efficient homes that we will allow for pre-wiring for EV vehicles, which also help the owners reduce their carbon footprint as they live in that neighborhood. I'm not going to read everything on the next two slides because frankly I broke a lot of slideshow rules by the simple volume of words that are on here, but the next two slides are essentially the categories that are covered by an EAW. An EAW is really a questionnaire almost, if you will, and it brings together all sorts of sources of information. Many of the sources of information we have, and we've shown by the hard work and science that we've engaged in. This is the other slide that I promise you I will not read through, but it's there for your consideration. We've done a lot of, there have been a lot of studies completed in support of this project, a wetland delineation, a tree inventory, a stormwater management plan, which is over 300 pages long, a threatened endangered plant survey, a Frederick Miller Spring study, geotechnical investigations. There was an archaeological reconnaissance level survey done of the site, a traffic study, and of course phase 1 and phase 2 environmental assessments, which look for contaminated soils or sources of contamination. We've compiled all this information. This is already information we have. This is the stuff that an EAW would actually unveil if it were performed. And therefore an EAW is not needed. And we respectfully request that you deny the petition tonight. And in doing so, you'll allow this schedule to continue moving forward. We would hope that you would approve our preliminary plat tonight. We would seek final plat approval. We would start site development work shortly thereafter in hopes of starting to sell homes probably at the start of next year. So as the summary, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this proposal is consistent with almost 20 years of city comprehensive planning. Frederick Miller Spring will not be impacted at all. We're protecting our sensitive natural areas by making sure that over 31% of the site will be deeded to the city in the form of outlots. We're preserving more trees than the previous application. We're planting more trees than the previous application. We have very low impervious surface. Our stormwater plan surpasses the standards. We've done a great volume, a great deal of hard work and hard science to put this proposal together because it is ultimately doing the right thing to create balance between this proposal and protecting the environment that we all care about. We respectfully request you vote tonight to approve Pulte's preliminary plat application. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I want to make a comment about the cat calling out in the audience. I'm personally glad you're behind glass for the moment. I do want to say that if you think this is good for American democracy, you're wrong. This is what happened on January 6th with an insurrection that nearly brought down our democracy. And what you're watching tonight is let me finish. What you're watching tonight is grassroots American democracy in action. And we haven't decided yet how we're going to vote tonight, but I am going to say to you that the yelling and the cat calling and the behavior that's appropriate at a football game, that's not going to convince any of us of anything. And you're not getting anything out of that yourself except being rude and yelling and being disrespectful. So what we need to do as a council tonight is learn. Again, we've studied and done our due diligence. We've taken your phone calls and emails. We've listened and read all the packets that came out of the proponent. We have the landowner in the audience tonight, their family, that's been waiting 40 years to develop this land. They didn't sell to the city and they didn't sell to any naturally conservation group. It's their American right to sell to someone. So we're looking at this development tonight to see if this is the right development here because it's going to sell and develop to someone. And you may not like that, I understand that. And you may disagree with this process, but I do ask you over and over again to be respectful and to think about the damage that you might be causing way beyond this project by acting as you are. So let's, any questions, council, of, and I will add too that if it gets to the point that somebody needs to be asked to leave, I do not want, it's not good for American democracy if we are actually not allowed to do our job. And that's not right of all of you and it's not fair. And I know the vast majority I'm looking out there, thank you. Thank you for being mature. Thank you for being here. And I really do appreciate you being here. That is good for American democracy. The fact that you came out, the fact that you care, the fact that you're activists, that's good. Some of the behavior I'm hearing right now is not good. So, council, is there anyone else that at this point, we have a lot of time this evening to ask questions. Is there any question of the proponent at this moment that you would like to see answered, or would you like to proceed?
I've got a few questions, but I think I would like to get all the testimony and then go into a few specific questions I have about the development that are house-related versus environmental, and I think we need to do the environmental first.
Sounds good. Is that fine, council? Okay, so Mr. Getro, are we ready then to begin the public hearing part? What else am I don't want to miss anything here.
Yes, Mayor. No, I think you have a list of people that are on virtually that would like to speak, and then you have a list of names to start working from.
I do. Thank you so much. So we do have 8 people that virtually, they called in earlier today and they wish to appear virtually tonight. And we're going to start, I'll call their name, and then we'll let them talk. This is the way we're going to run it this evening. We have a lot of people to speak, and we want to hear from each one of you, and we really hope that you respect each of you, each other of you, as much as we are asking you to respect everyone in this process. So there are some rules this evening to run this. Be respectful is just huge, but allow your fellow residents, speakers, anybody that's here this evening to have their moment to speak. Be respectful of this process. The 5 of us sitting up here this evening, we're residents of Eden Prairie, and some of us I've lived here 40 years. We've chosen to be activists by getting involved in our community. Every one of us came off a commission. I've been on the city council for 25 years. That's my level of commitment to the city. And I think, again, for all of us, I think our words have been put into action. All of us love this town. We love the people of this town who elected us and they elected us to speak on their behalf. Not always in agreement with them, but we are the representative body of 65,000 people, and I hope you have the respect for 65,000 Eden Prairie people whose representatives are sitting up here tonight. We're going to let the people speak who virtually signed up first, and then we'll have people who signed up speak. And if we have time at the end, we'll continue to let others speak. We will ask that people speak only one time, and I'll time you for 2 minutes. We have so many people that we won't be able to have any longer than that, but I ask you to be so polite, and ever so politely, when I do cut you off mid-sentence, mid-word, and possibly mid-syllable. When your time is up, please stop. Remember a couple things. I'm guessing, I think everyone up here at least skimmed through 1,600 pages of our packet. And that was just this weekend. We also have hundreds of emails responded to, voicemails. We've deeply immersed ourselves, probably in my 25 years, as much or more than ever in terms of knowledge about this project. We are fully knowledgeable about the ins and outs completely. We may or may not end up agreeing with you, but we've done our due diligence on this project. So let's see if there's anything else here. Again, I think I want to repeat one thing. So you get one shot to speak. I'm not going to have you come back up. So just make sure you make your comments concise. If somebody else just said exactly what you said, please feel free to come up and say ditto or I agree. At the end of it, we'll close the public hearing, and then the council will deliberate then. And we'll be able to, if we need more information, we'll call particular people back up or experts if we need to seek additional information. So with that, Noel Olson from Minnetonka, if you are online, I'm going to start the clock, and if you can get on, and we'll start it off and give you 2 minutes. Proceed.
Hi, I want to remind you of the lyrics by Dr. Seuss. Please do not destroy the trees. The trees bless us and bless the water, and the water blesses us. Good water makes for a good life. Water is life. There is a good vibration at the Riley Creek water spring. All problems are resolved by learning or teaching. To be learned, a person must do 4 things. All 4 are needed to be learned or to teach. All are mandatory. All are equal, visual, tactile, internal, and auditory. Visually, you can see and feel how clean the area is kept. Tactile, the water is easily extrapolated. Auditory, the area provides much peace and quiet naturally from the sweetness of happy animals. Internally, people are drawn to Riley Creek Spring. Question yourself, is this project really a healthy idea for what is now provided, and not to mention how many people this spring serves? My opinion is this project is a paltry substitute for what is currently in place. This project can go anywhere else. Riley Creek Spring cannot pick up and move. Is this project building on solar? Is this project earth conscious? Can you take the houses out when the pH of the water begins to shift from the shift of this project? This project provides no protection from the dirt that will be created. A home can be anywhere. This spring is a source to thousands. Lastly, this project reminds me of SARS-CoV-2, and I'm taking this time to help Eden Prairie stay healthy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. You were so right on the money at 2 minutes. I appreciate it. And if everyone could, out there, I guess, whatever, but if we can keep moving, that would be great. So if Kyle Kruger is on next. Eden Prairie. Kyle Kruger, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead and speak. You have 2 minutes.
All right, so my name is Kyle. I'm a resident here in Eden Prairie. I own my home since 2013. I have done work on my home. a city inspection after the fact. They didn't require me to do an inspection because I was deemed untrustworthy. That's just the process that's in place to due diligence that you so favorably speak of. When I purchased a vehicle since I've lived here, when I registered it with the state, I had to tell them my insurance policy number to prove to them that I had purchased that policy. Again, the state didn't find me untrustworthy, but due diligence requires that we go through that procedure. Now imagine I had said, no, Eden Prairie, I do not actually need an inspection. I questioned everything's up to code. I checked. Here's my friend who said everything's up to code. We're good. And then that statement of thought, I'm pretty sure that my car is insured. Don't worry about it. We need to do our due diligence. We are in the midst of a mass extinction event. Climate change can be felt and measured here in Eden Prairie now. Can we not just do the due diligence, the bare minimum due diligence, ensure that our natural resources, the few remaining natural resources that we have, are preserved? No one's asking you to stop the sale. They're just saying do the environmental impact assessment. And one other note, Mr. Mayor, people showing up to argue this are not insurrectionists, and I do not appreciate the comparison.
Since I was called out on that, I'll comment. The behavior across America today is a changed United States of America. And I'm not calling any of you that. However, when there's catcalling and when there's rudeness and when there's trying to speak over people, so I'll disagree with you on that, Kyle. That's a different kind of attitude and a display that's not appropriate in America today. So I would say there is a comparison. All right, moving on. So Kirsten Agaseth, online. Kirsten. Okay, we'll come back if you come on. Whoop, there you go. 2 minutes, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Kirsten. I'm an Eden Prairie resident and a recent conservation biology graduate from the University of Minnesota, and I have an emphasis on aquatic sciences and management. This is a really important topic to me. We're facing a critical time in our generation as water resources across Minnesota are becoming degraded beyond repair. Runoff from existing developments and damaging effects of new developments are choking our waterways, and they're reducing not just the quality of the water, but also the quality of our relationship with the few natural and green spaces we have left. It is the duty of the City Council to represent the interests of residents, and we are here in pretty large numbers to ask that you fulfill that obligation by accepting our petition. The Frederick Miller Spring and the surrounding waters are a unique natural resource to our area, and it's our responsibility to ensure that it is protected. The presenters focus a lot on the actual origin point of the spring to discredit our concerns, but the spring doesn't exist in a vacuum, nor do any of the areas around it. Everything is going to be affected by development happening around it. It's connected to all the soil and water resources around. Damage to altering vegetation, compacting the soil, chemical fertilizers, pesticides, increased water flow from impervious surfaces are just a few changes that will have impacts that can be not only devastating, but also irreversible. And they won't be limited just to the spring, but we felt by all of us who stand to possibly lose something precious and unique. And I feel like Eden Prairie can model what it is to be a city that values the natural gems that we have. But to do so, we have to lead by example and act in good faith by engaging with a current, up-to-date, and unbiased risk assessment. If the developers are correct when they say there will not be damage to the sensitive areas, then let that be proven by an impact assessment.
Thank you, Kirsten. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I want to thank Noel, Kyle also. I didn't say thank you to them. Thank you very much. So the next is Dr. Alexander. Minneapolis. Dr. Alexander, are you there? Professor Calvin Alexander, Jr. In regards to Dr. Alexander? Sure. Is he not going to speak tonight, or?
Yes, I can read exactly why, if that's okay. He just had his first granddaughter born, and he's meeting her tonight. So
that's important.
Yes, very important. This was important to him. So if I may read his testimony and submit it into the record.
If it's okay, I will stop you 2 minutes. But yes, pull the mic down.
What was that?
Pull the mic down just so we can. Yep, you can begin.
Okay, so this is a testimony from Professor Demetrius Kelvin Alexander from the University of Minnesota. And just to give you a little background on him, he has spent his entire career studying the groundwater and springs throughout the state of Minnesota. And here was his reading. Potential environmental impacts of the proposed Noble Hill. Actually, Mayor and City Council members, may I approach and give you a copy so you can follow along and have it for the record?
Well, absolutely.
Okay.
Taking up your time, but if you want to give it to us right afterwards,
okay,
that
I'll
would be
do
fine.
that
Sure.
after.
Go ahead.
So, apologies, a family conflict has arisen this evening, and I am unable to participate in this evening's meeting on the Pulte Group's Noble Hill proposal. I am preparing this document to be read into record. I am willing and able to discuss at length the information herein at a mutually agreeable time with all in the future. The proposed Noble Hill development poses significant environmental risks to both Riley Creek and the Frederick Miller Spring. The material submitted by the project proposers is based on part an obsolete hydrogeologic information, presents unrealistic interpretations, and does not consider probable alternative scenarios. Below is a short partial list of some of the more egregious issues. Number one, several statements in the Noble Hill proposal packet imply or state that Frederick Miller Spring is a seep rather than a spring. See example, page 1137. The DNR's Minnesota Spring Inventory, MSI, defines the division between seeps and springs in terms of the features water flow. A seep has less than 1 gallon per minute GMP of flow. A spring has more than 1 GMP of flow. On 2 separate occasions in April 2021, I measured the flow of the Frederick Miller Spring.
I'm going to give you more time because I do want to, because I respect Dr. Alexander, and I know the group out there does too. Can you maybe take another minute, though? I'm just using a point of personal privilege, if that's okay, just to allow one person. I won't do this for everyone else, but Dr. Alexander, I know, is an expert for all of you. Can you get to a couple of his points quickly?
Yep, I will get as quick as I can. Frederick Miller Spring is unambiguously a spring. Point 2, much of the geologic information about the Noble Hill proposal is based on Balaban's 1889 C4 Geologic Atlas of Hennepin County. That atlas is quoted at least 11 times in the supporting documents and is identified as a key piece of information on page 1430. The various authors of the document seem to be unaware that Balaban has been superseded by Sternberg 2018 County Atlas C45. It is not clear why the authors based their interpretations on 3 decades old information rather than updated 2011 information. Point 3, John Dustman, Summit EnviroSolutions, politely suggested, page 1177, that I was mistaken in suggesting the artesian flow might be involved in the Frederick Miller Spring because I didn't have access to all relevant history. He is correct in stating that I've been unable to access any account of the history of the spring except for the city's display at the spring and the Eden Prairie's listed website. I won't read that. Neither of those sources specify where on the west side of the road or how high up the east-facing side of the slope the original spring outlet was located. It must be higher than the current outfall pipe, but I have been unable to find a value for how much higher. I have also been able to access the historic nitrate and historic chloroform data from Frederick Miller Spring referenced on 1487. Is this information publicly available? If so, how? However, the argument that artesian conditions do not exist under the Frederick Miller Spring site is not ruled out by the available evidence, and clear evidence does not exist that artesian conditions exist in the bedrock aquifer below the glacial till.
Great.
And then one last one, Mr. Mayor, and I'll wrap it up.
I'll let you take it, and you're the only one because it's Dr.
I
Alexander.
appreciate it. Diagram 5 is an incredibly oversimplified cartoon that purports to represent the shallow groundwater conditions that produce a gravity drainage source for the spring. Diagram 5 does not accurately portray the information in the following 4 well logs, page 1164 through 1167 for your reference. A couple more seconds, Mr. Mayor. Diagram 5 shows a smooth clay layer sloping west to the east from about 805 feet to about 780 feet at the proposed source of the spring. The 4 well logs show a highly irregular clay surface ranging 808 down to 745 foot elevation. Glacial till clay surfaces are often very bumpy at the scale and is recorded by the well logs. Figure 5, at best.
You know, we do understand, I think, where he's coming from, and I do appreciate that. And if you
However,
hand that off to us, that would be great.
Okay, and then just the conclusion.
How long is the conclusion? Go ahead.
There's 2 more sentences about the well logs and drilled about the glacial deposits underlying, but the conclusion.
I'm gonna cut you off there.
Artesian conditions exist in the bedrock aquifer under the Frederick Miller
Thank you, though.
Spring.
I do appreciate you coming and reading on his behalf. And thank Dr. Alexander for it, too. And we did read information from him in our packet, so I feel...
Yeah, and he was responding to what the comments were.
And I actually Googled him for everyone else out there, and I did learn about him, and so I feel comfortable with his expertise. And so I appreciate you coming. If you want
Thank
to leave
you,
us with
Mr. Mayor. Yes, and he would also, if you can see in this document, he would love to meet with all of you and the other specialists that you have brought to have a discussion
Appreciate that.
around
Thanks for coming tonight. Okay, back to our exactly 2 minutes. Ramona Kitto Stately, and that's virtual online. Is Ramona Stately online?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council and city staff, I am Ramona Kitto Stately, director of We Are Still Here, Minnesota, a project of the Native Governance Center, a state call-based nonprofit. I am also the chairperson of the Minnesota Indian Education Association, an enrolled member of the Santee Sioux Nation, and educator most recently in the Oxford Area School District for 15 years. Tonight, I thank you for the opportunity to provide brief testimony to the council in support of the environmental study and to say no to rezoning for the proposed Pulte project. There is a spiritual movement, a renaissance or awakening in our communities across the state to recognize knowledge and lifeways that are the oldest on this continent. Our future depends on growing strong leaders. The Dakota Choha, or sacred lifeways of the Dakota, cannot be severed from place. What happened to Native people in Minnesota 160 years ago is historic, but it does not define who we are. A harmful narrative created by white Minnesotans long ago is slowly changing, and the truth is revealing itself for the health and the welfare of the people. If you do not know that the bluffs in the area above the river in your city are cemeteries, they are spiritual resting place of my ancestors, I am here to tell you that. This information was not widely told by those whose purpose was land theft and genocide, but the documentation is available today in the top universities, K-12 education programs across the state, as well as in a permanent state exhibit in the state capitol called Treaties Matters. The word for spring in the Dakota language is Manin Owes Shni, which means that the water comes from a place so deep that we can't even define it. Manin, which is our word for water, contains the word Mini, which means life force, and that transmits knowledge to generations that is based on our first medicine. In a span of 160 years since statehood, the decisions made by the invaders have polluted every lake, stream, spring, and river in our state. So now is the time to change that. In closing, I would remind everyone the Minnesota Constitution, Article 8, Section 1, says that the stability of a Republican form of government depends mainly upon the intelligence of the people. We believe that critical thinking and good decision making are dependent on having all the information.
Thank you, Ramona. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming out or speaking tonight, too. And we did read about you as well. Thank you. And then Elaine Evans, I believe she was deferring or defaulting possibly to you, Ramona? Is Elaine Evans on? I don't think she is. Did you come in person and not decide not virtually?
I did not sign up virtually.
Oh, okay, but you're Elaine Evans and you're here.
Yes.
Well, we'll take you out of order, so come out 2 minutes, and thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Elaine Evans, and I am a bee expert from the University of Minnesota, and I'm here to talk to you about my concern about the impact of this project on, in particular, the endangered rusty patch bumblebee. So this is a species that's protected federally by the Endangered Species Act, and it is the area of construction is within what the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has designated as a high priority zone. So this means that it's highly likely that rusty patch bumblebees are using this area. And these bees are active from April through September in their nesting areas, which are underground. So any kind of excavation in the ground will be potentially destroying nests of this endangered species. Minnesota is one of the few places on Earth where this bee is still persisting. They're only present in about 5% of the areas where they used to be found, and even where we do have them here, where they're at extremely low levels. So it is really vital that we protect them wherever we can. And there is really no way to protect them from destruction when there's excavation through areas where they're nesting or where they're overwintering. So they also overwinter in the ground. They're also very difficult to detect, so it's not possible to just go through an area and remove them because, as you can imagine, bees are pretty small. When you're going through with a huge excavation in an area, it's impossible to protect them from directly being killed. In addition to that impact is the loss of habitat. So we know that these bumblebees are in the area, and they'll
Dr.
be using
Evans, thank you.
flowers and all
Appreciate that. Thank you for being here, though.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that. Okay, back online then, virtually, Christy Michaels. Christy, are you online? Christy, I think you might be there. Christy? Okay, no. How about Andrew Jansen? Whoop, Christy, are you there?
Can you guys hear me?
We can, Christy. So Christy Michaels, Eden Prairie.
Hi, I'm Christy Michaels, and I am a Eden Prairie resident. And I'm actually going to read a poem that I wrote when I first came here, and I will be staying within my time frame. Miller Spring has been revered by all people blessed to live within its reach. The tribes of the Ojibwe and Lakota shared the spring. It was called the Sweet Spring of Healing Waters. This spring was also shared with settlers as they arrived, and when the land was owned, it had always been made accessible to all people. It should be noted that this spring water is exceptionally clear, crisp, and has a sweet, bright taste. It is delicious. To this day, Miller Spring is available to all that come. Its icy cold water gush forth 24/7, 365 days a year out of a well up the side of the road, down about a mile from my home. I actually live in a model house on 2 original acres of this beautiful land, which is now bordered by 5 illustrious homes. We moved here from the city in the year 2000. Living in the suburbs was the new existence I had expected to. This poem is called Awakening. It owes to Miller Spring. I have traveled this road. I have traveled this road since first I came to be here. This journey was my awakening as to the new existence I would step into. Foreign to me, the illustrious homes, whipping willows, old oaks, poplars, perfectly cut grounds, checkerboard patterns left behind in lush green grass.
Christy, do you have a couple more lines of your poem?
Yeah, did I already use my 2 minutes?
Your time's up, but are you close to the end of your poem? I hate to interrupt a poem, but we do have 67 more people. Are you good? Okay. Thank you, Christy, though, for sharing that. I know exactly, of course, I walk by your house regularly, so I know where you live. Thank you for sharing. We appreciate that.
Well, the only part about this I wanted to mention is it does talk about the original peoples, which actually, Ron Case, I learned from you, from the historic walks with my children in 6th grade. So thank you for all listening. And yeah, this one goes on that talks about more of those things. So thank you so much for listening, everyone.
You take care. Andrew Jansen online, our last virtual. Andrew, are you there?
Hello, test. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Test. You're on.
All right, just making sure. I'm a musician, so I'm used to test on microphone.
No, you're good.
So, great. Thank you. So yeah, I live in Minneapolis. I've been going to the spring for about 6 years with my daughter, who is now 9. I've drank from springs just all around the world, like in Norway, in California. And I definitely want to say, like, the gentleman from Pulte Homes, like, he definitely, I think he has good intentions, and, he brought up how the feds, I think they had the best intentions as well when they built the Arden Hills plant that affected his water in New Brighton. But I do really think an environmental assessment is just so important. There's no reason to jam this through. With a little bit of patience, we can really keep our resources safe, for generations to come. The water at Frederick Miller Springs is just exceptional. As I was saying, I've had springs from all over the world. I've probably brought 100 people to that spring in the last 6 years. When I visit, I go to Lion's Tap afterwards. We'll get burgers. I go to grocery stores at Eden Prairie afterwards. It's really, I share with the community when I come visit Eden Prairie from Minneapolis with friends of my daughter. So,
thank you, Doctor.
Take that into consideration.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jansen. We appreciate you being on tonight. All right. We're now ready then for people to come forward. And what I'll do is I'll call your name. And again, if you can keep it tight to 2 minutes or less, that would be great. If you're able to give us new information, that would be even better. Something that maybe others haven't said, but if that's fine, just share your top 1 or 2 primary reasons. So Rebecca Prochaska, if you would come forward.
We have the next person waiting.
Yeah.
Goes faster.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak again on just representing myself, council members, and mayor.
Rebecca, we don't have the city that you're from. That most of the people have written.
The city?
Down. Yeah.
Okay, I'm from Eden Prairie.
Got it. Perfect.
I've been a resident for over a decade.
Excellent. Thank you.
So I think tonight you're hearing some different interpretations of the data. The developer obviously has a hired consultant with interpretations. You've heard some other testimony that differs from it, and this is exactly why we need a complete study to prove which is right. And this is our ask of the council members this evening. Before reviewing the report that the city staff put out, I had wondered how one could complete a study or respond to all of our concerns within 1 week's time, let alone expect all of you to read it and fully understand the data in there. Well, it all made sense when I looked through some of the responses, and disappointed to see that many of our concerns were re-scoped or simply not even addressed, completely overlooked. A couple to highlight: landslides. As a matter of fact, within the Pulte consultant report, they even suggested that a more comprehensive study should be done to address this issue. That was not on the PowerPoint this evening. And I'm really disappointed about this, and I implore you to please look into this piece of it. There's been a total disregard for the cumulative effects of the existing development that sits around these two important resources today. The city has been circumventing a classification for a mandatory EAW, which is Minnesota Rules 4410-4300. And unfortunately, what we've been seeing is a phasing out and limiting the size of an existing development around
Rebecca,
this
your
area.
time's up. Thank you, though. Appreciate you coming.
So
and then,
I just want to say one last thing, Mr. Mayor.
Everyone will want to say one last thing. Thank you, though.
Well,
so
you
much.
said
Rebecca,
for new.
Thank you, Rebecca. Just a second. Thank you so much. The second person is Dr. Alexander, who already spoke. So the third one is Justin D'Angelo, I believe. Is that right, Justin? And then just to let you know who's on deck, Jordan Guiley will be next after that. So Justin D'Angelo. And if Jordan Guiley could be ready. Come forward quickly. Thank you so much. And again, if you'd give your city where you live, that would be fantastic. We've got the addresses.
Justin D'Angelo from Chaska. On page 1479 of the 5-4 agenda is a findings of fact that the city has compiled to deny the EAW. Section A of that requires that you list the reversibility of environmental effects. That was never done. Section B requires that you provide information about the cumulative effects. In most cases, the response you have stated is that there are no cumulative effects. In these cases, there is no evidence to present that case. On finding of fact number 9, the city states that inclusion in the MRV important bird area does not mean that the project site has been surveyed and identified as an important bird area. That's exactly what it means by definition. It then goes on to state that citizens have to provide the evidence. That's not how this process works. The city has to provide that evidence to us. We're the ones that filed the petition. Number 11, the study that the developer paid for plants and wildlife was dated April 27th. There were 10 days below freezing in April, including that day. Makes it real hard to identify some of those plants or bees. Section 23 references an E. coli uptick in Riley Creek. This could very likely be a cumulative effect. It references improper management of pet waste, which could be from all the residential developments in the area. It also says it could be linked to wildlife, congregations of waterfowl. That would prove arguments of loss of habitat and that it's an important bird area. Section 24 references landslides in Braun Intertek's report. Braun Intertek's report specifically says that a slope stability analysis is recommended to estimate safety and that measures should be taken to protect slopes from erosion. That's not been done to this date. Eric Wage, Hennepin County Emergency Director, said this about the project. In general, the area within a quarter-mile radius of the site you mentioned has considerable local topographic relief.
Justin, thank you. I appreciate this. We've read, you've sent a lot to us. We really appreciate all the work you've done sending us things by email as well.
I have copies for all you guys.
Okay, maybe I'll go over to our city manager. So Jordan Guiley, and then next after that will be Miel Anandundo. So Jordan is next.
Hi there. Good evening. Jordan Gailey, St. Paul, Minnesota, 10-year spring drinker. I'll be continuing some comments from Rebecca. So total disregard for cumulative effects of the existing development that sits around these important resources today. The city has been circumventing a classification for a mandatory EAW pursuant to Minnesota Rules 4410-4300 by phasing out and limiting the size of the existing development of 360 homes that exist around the site today. City owes the residents an environmental study for the 360 homes built today. The additional 50 homes for this project would warrant a study twofold. Also, for the record, I was dismayed to learn that the city has been using an EAW from 2007 for a roadway project to justify building the 360 homes that surround the area today, as well as this project. Page 3 of the study specifically states it only considers the roadway and not a planned development in the study area. To be clear, we support the owner's right to sell the property, but we are opposed to the city rezoning the site from rural to urban. Our goal is to acquire the land to have it conserved either by expanding Prairie Bluff Conservation Area that is adjacent to the south, or extending the wildlife refuge to the east. Why? Both the city and federal government already recognizing the importance of the land by conserving it. This is because the entire area is the same. It has the same characteristics. It's not only the spring area as Pulte suggests. We are trying to help further by finding ways to help transition this land to a conservation area. We are exploring many possible funding sources to do this. Possible sources could be a city referendum, a legacy fund bill. U.S. Fish and Wildlife could also acquire the land. We are looking into amending the 2040 plan to rightfully change the zoning to open space and park.
Jordan, thank you. Appreciate you coming out from St. Paul. Miel Hernandando, and then Corey Matlock is on deck.
We come carrying gifts. We come with spring water to offer to the council members because we love it peace. So if it's all right, I would love for my goddaughter to pass the water and also copies of my slideshow.
Maybe leave the water over there in front of our city manager. That would be great. Thank you. Appreciate that.
So it's good to come face to face with you. What I want to say is that I grew up, this was my pristine waterfall in the Catskills.
Miel, where are you from? What city?
I am from Minneapolis.
Okay, thank you.
And the spring is also a waterfall that I cherish. What I want to jump to is that we have a Clean Water Act by the Environmental Protection Agency. In 2008, Pulte got in big trouble. They got in very big trouble for discharging polluted water. They broke so many permits, they broke so many deals, they got in trouble across 5 state lines. 2013, they were in trouble again. 5 years, they're still doing the same thing. So I said, let's take a moment and talk about bad faith. Are there indications that the action was willful and deliberate? Is there a history of similar violations or a pattern of violations indicating a general disregard of environmental regulations? Should the violator have known better? Yes, they should have. Why? I got a great case here. It's called Pulte Homes versus Simile, 2013. So here, and I'm shaking because I'm so angry because I looked them up on Google. They increased the peak rate of flow for stormwater downstream. They violated permits. They had 13,000 warnings to stop. Then they blamed their hydrogeologist for giving them a bad recommendation. They blamed the homeowners downstream. And you know what they did? They illegally confiscated and tampered with evidence. They hid the fact that I'm shaking, the Clean Water Act, they hid that from the jury. You know what? They were willful and deliberate, and the jury concluded that Pulte specifically intended to harm the families living downstream. So, I want to say I'm standing here for my community. Pulte strong arms communities. They use their dollars.
Thank you. And you also have been really good about sending things, so we appreciate it. I recognize a lot of these names, and so we've read the information.
And other communities have said that the environmental impact is biased and not correct.
Miel,
thank you.
Corey Matlock. And then on deck will be Chelsea Hoppy. So Corey Matlock. Hi, Corey. Where are you from?
Minneapolis.
Great, thank you.
So I just want to come up here and say thank you for having the time to listen to us all. But I also want to just talk about, you're an environmentalist. Is that correct, Ron?
I would certainly like to think so. And
okay.
I think my record proves that.
Okay. Well, I don't know your record, so I'm just here to talk to your heart. So why is this a good idea for you? Why is this a good idea to break ground on what you have clearly heard from other people? Like, what's the incentive for you? 50 homes, maybe? That aren't even quality homes. Like, we're hearing the track record of Pulte. And I was just currently in a workshop through U.S. Bank to buy a home. And who was there, and I like to kind of call it harvesting of people and their energy, was Pulte Realtors. And so I'm scheduled to go and meet with your Human Rights Committee later on, after this meeting that I was in. Listening how to buy a defective home from Pulte Realtors. And so also in that, You know, we have a whole nation of people that isn't represented here, and you cut that woman off. You cut off Ramona Stately, who is an indigenous woman, who is telling you about her ancestors and that mound and the work that she does, but you gave more time to a doctor. Great, his credentials are great, but you know what? Her credentials are greater. This is her ancestral ground. This is her ancestors' ground. I'm part Native too, and my ancestors are Cherokee. And so I'm here to stand with my indigenous relatives, including the plant life that's there, including all the species that aren't two-legged,
Corey,
that aren't
thank you
human.
so much. I'm going to have to cut you off too. I apologize for that. So
don't
thank
ever
you.
cut off a
Thank
Native
you.
person speaking
So
again.
Corey,
You
thank you so
listen to
much.
her.
Appreciate that.
And you listen to her.
And let's see, Chelsea Hoppy is next, and then on deck is Leo Brutlatsev. Chelsea.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the council, for the chance to speak. I would just like to say the opportunity to take part in this democratic process is not lost on me as a veteran of the United States Army. I moved to Minnesota from Wisconsin back in 2013 to
Chelsea, where do you live now?
I live in Minneapolis.
Okay, thank you.
I attended school at Flying Cloud Drive to get my associate's degree in air traffic control, and that's when I found out about the spring. I would go to lunch with my friends at Lions Tap, and I still do when I go to the spring. I kind of just wanted to echo what Dr. Lane was talking about in regards to threatening the habitat of endangered species in Minnesota. I'm not going to talk more about the highly likelihood of them being there, but if we can actually trust Pulte to work in accordance with ecological sensibility. In 2020, Pulte Homes, the developer under contract to buy 44 acres of land in unincorporated Pinellas County, violated state rules when its contractor drove a bulldozer near the threatened gopher tortoise burrows, according to the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Scott Himmelhock, Vice President of Land Acquisition for Pulte's West Florida Division, told Crimswell on August 28th that he hired a firm to conduct a limited species investigation on the property, but the survey was not completed, according to Crimswell's report. Criswell said that there was orange tape surrounding some of the burrows, but Himmelhock said that he was unaware that there were gopher tortoises on the property. Naylor, environmental owner of Abby Naylor, who conducted the listed species against investigation for Pulte, told Criswell that she had an agent on site August 17th and August 29th who marked some of the burrows with orange tape. She said she submitted the report to Pulte Homes on August 28th, the day Criswell conducted the developer regarding the violation. They had to stop construction for 28 days while the situation was remediated.
Feel free to email us that too as well if you haven't already. But
great.
All right.
Thank you.
So thank you for coming. So Leo is I'm not sure. I can't. It's hard to read the writing. Brutlatsev, but also Cassandra Kaballer's on deck. Are you Leo?
Yeah.
You're what?
Hello, my name is Leo Brutlatsev, but also...
Oh, I'm so sorry for butchering the name.
Oh, no worries.
And what town are you from?
I'm from Burnsville, Minnesota.
Great, thank you.
And I've been drinking from the spring over 2 decades. But I would like to present some information. I had a PowerPoint that I'm not allowed to share at the moment. But so I wanted to bring awareness to the shorelines of where they are proposing on all 3 to develop, and those shorelines should be protected by the DNR. Sorry, I'm a little bit shaky because I'm passionate,
okay.
But also I was going to show what kind of septic system are Pulte using. They are using supposedly they're using a trunk septic system, which by Michigan State University is not recommended to use. They should use a more clustered septic system or a mound septic system, just because it's better for the shorelines. But also with that septic system, because everything goes into the ground, we would like to bring awareness to the Reeder Ridge that was built in Pulte with the same septic system, and so that water might be contaminated, and it is connected to a spring source. But also I'd like to ask if Pulte is going to be making any cash payouts for the trees that they aren't going to be planting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just, I'm not going to be responding to each person's comments, but neither one of these developments have septic systems. But thank you so much for coming tonight. So Cassandra Caballer's next, and then on deck is Jeffrey Gruntner. Cassandra, and then what town are you from?
I'm from St. Paul.
St. Paul. All right,
Okay.
welcome.
My name is Cassandra Caballero. I am a senior at Breck. Oh, sure. Yeah. I'm a senior at Breck. I am an Ojibwe woman, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the people who didn't have a voice before this land was reduced to monetary value. I'm here for the people that still enjoy the natural connection to this land by drinking the water. I'm here for the eagles that greet us and consider this home. I'm here and guided by the Creator who sees beyond the proposals before you. Please consider building elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. So truly, I appreciate everyone coming, and really the people out back, you've been really great the last half hour here or so or more. I especially like it when students do come, and as a retired teacher, that's touching to me. So thank you, Jeffrey Gruntner.
Yes, thank you for the time, the opportunity to speak. I am from Marina on St. Croix, and became aware of the spring very recently, but I have kind of a long list of some credentials and experiences that relate to this, so that's why I was drawn into this. But I won't go into that other than the fact that I'm aware of how difficult decisions are when there are so many different constituencies and stakeholders involved, and that ultimately the decision has to be drawn on not just the facts, but the big picture. So I appreciate the position you're in. I also want to offer respect to the family who does deserve to sell their land. However, Mr. Mayor, you said that it was a foregone conclusion that it was going to be developed. I'm curious about that. Currently, the land is not rezoned, and I don't understand why they wouldn't sell it to a conservation for the same price, for a conservation group or as a nature center. I think one of the pieces, there's been a lot of data here. I don't want to repeat any of that. So I've been trying to hone my comments to what would be relevant at this point in time, and that is to see the big picture. A lot of what was presented is this fragmentation, breaking it down in an engineering perspective by Pulte, which I'm sure they're doing the best they can, but they're there to build homes. And ultimately, I think what we're talking about, Mr. Mayor and Council, is what is the future? What is the bridge to the future for the kind of world we want to live in and to leave to our children and grandchildren? And to do that, we have to learn how to live on the land in a harmonious way. And that spring tells the story 24/7. It tells us there's already a little bit of degradation. If it degrades
Jeffrey,
further,
thank you.
you've failed.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Diana Rolfson's next, and then on deck is, gosh, these are getting hard to read. I so apologize. Ruckus Quady. I'm not sure what that is. And I do want to add one clarifying comment when I get quoted. It's not a foregone conclusion that it gets developed. It's a foregone conclusion that it will get sold. So go, evidently, because that's what the owners want. Go ahead. You are Diana.
Yes, and I'm from Burnsville.
Welcome.
We've heard this evening about the impact on the environment, and I would like to talk a little bit about the family that is also being impacted by this hearing and by the invasion of their privacy over the past weeks and months. I am a former longtime resident of Eden Prairie and Kate Standel Rolfson's mother-in-law. Their beautiful wedding was held at the farm, the name we all lovingly called their property over the years. The Standels have been and still are an extraordinary, generous family. Not only did John and Carol host a couple hundred people on the property for that wedding, they entertained countless friends and welcomed complete strangers during the near half century they have carefully stewarded their land. It is not surprising to me that they would choose a company like Pulte Homes to reimagine their beloved property for the benefit of the community and the environment. I have observed Carol and John's generosity over and over for the past 11 years since Katie joined our family. Carol is the first one to bring a meal, to share bags and bags of outgrown children's clothing, to donate to organizations all over the Twin Cities, and give away Christmas trees cut down on their farm to anyone who showed a need. I know, I was there. To witness their stress during this time of relinquishing 45 years of memories experienced on the land they cherish in the city they love is heartbreaking. In conclusion, I support the Standel family's decision to sell the farm to Pulte Homes. I might even suggest that the city of Eden Prairie considering honoring the Standel family, not only for their contributions now, but in the future.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. And then the next person, again, I don't know, maybe it's Custis Quady, or it looks like the C could be an R. So whoever that is, Quady, last name?
Curtis, I believe, Mayor.
Curtis? I'll go with that. Excellent. Is there a Curtis here? Curtis Quady?
That is me, and I thought I was signing up just to register my name.
Oh, got it. So you don't need to speak. No problem, I'm sure. Okay, Ted Melby. And then on deck is Seaver Peterson.
Honorable Mayor and Council. A brief bio. I live in Eden Prairie. I was a city attorney in Montgomery, Henderson, Hackensack, Longville. So I know about public hearings. I was a founder and longtime executive of the Leech Lake Area Watershed Foundation. We did 35 acquisition projects on behalf of the citizens of the state of Minnesota. So I know about preservation. I was also appointed to the Great Lakes Commission, and so I had some involvement in managing a very large watershed. I was also an administrative law judge and on a very controversial 400 kilovolt DC transmission line running from North Dakota to the Twin Cities.
Ted, you have about 45 seconds if you wanted to get to the side that you're on. About 45 more seconds.
So I had listening sessions. They started at 6 o'clock in the evening, and some of them ran to midnight, where we had listening, where I listened to the comments of, so 2 minutes I'm saying is almost like a gag order, Mr. Mayor.
I understand.
And so I'm going to cut back down to what I think is just the major issue that you have to deal with and that I'm concerned with and that your constituency is concerned with. The issue of the environmental impact of this project.
Ted, just to be fair, I'm going to cut you off. I'm so sorry, and I know it is like a gag order. We have 87 people on tonight, so I have to be fair.
The environmental.
Can you finish your one sentence? And
the environmental impact has to be studied by a group that has the most expertise to judge it.
Thank you.
And with all due respect to Eden Prairie, I think the EQB is much more qualified than we are.
Ted, no, whoever's yelling out right now is inappropriate, so please do stop, or I will have to speak with you later. Thank you for coming. I do appreciate that, as I appreciate everybody. Seaver Peterson, you're next, and Cassandra Cavallaro, I believe, is on deck.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name is Seaver Peterson, and I'm here tonight in favor of clean water and fauna and flora preservation, like I think everybody else in the room is also. And I love the clean water signs as we came up tonight. We're all in favor of clean water. I'm an Eden Prairie resident, been an Eden Prairie resident, farmer here all my life. I'm part of the 5th generation here. My grandkids are working on the farm daily with us as well. They are the 5th generation. I believe in this project, and the reason I believe in this project is because a little story I have. My mailbox is on one side of the creek, my house is on the other, so I cross the creek many times every day, all my life. And as my younger years, with a bad storm, that creek would even wash our driveway out. It would get so violent and wild. But in the last 20 to 30 years, as Eden Prairie has had more development down in the Riley Creek watershed, which is Riley Creek, that turbulence and that violent display is being mitigated with the expertise of not only the City of Eden Prairie, but the agencies they work with, such as these projects presented here tonight. Therefore, I'm in favor of this project. I think it would improve the water in that creek, possibly, hopefully. That's the goal of everyone here, and I'm sure the council, I'm sure it is. But anyway, one of the main things about that is that it's going to have an 8.5 acre dedication that I think is just fabulous. I was a Soil and Water Conservation District supervisor for 2 decades, and I know that these things are vetted. These projects such as this are vetted through such organizations, not just the expertise of Eden Prairie, but other expertise as well.
Thank you.
And thank you. I support this project, and I hope for your support.
Thank you. Cassandra Caballero, and then Jeremy Hamill, it looks like, is on deck.
Mayor, Cassandra already spoke, so we're going right to Jeremy.
Perfect. Jeremy, and then somebody's crossed out, so then it looks like a Brianna Cruson is on deck, or Crayson, I'm not sure. But Jeremy, you're next.
Mayor and Council, first of all, thank you. I appreciate the fact that you have shown a lot more respect for everyone here than they have you, and I thank you for still listening and caring a lot.
Thank you.
I'm here to protect the water. That means a lot to my family. I'm not necessarily here to save the planet, save the trees. Everyone has their own reasons, but I am here because this means a lot to me and my family. A couple examples of ways it means a lot. I remember my wedding morning. The first thing I woke up, put my suit on, it was just me at home. I couldn't leave without my phone, my wallet, and a big old jug of the spring water. It's just part of every day, all throughout COVID. I've had a once-a-week trip with my father where I've had the ability to hang out with him, go get water together. It seems like it's part of the culture in Eden Prairie, and it's certainly a part of our family. I appreciate that. On paper, it just kind of sounds like a rusty pipe on the side of the road that everyone gets water out of, but it means a lot more than that to everyone here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being succinct. Next is Brianna, again, I think it's Cruson or Crayson, and then Bill Kelly's on deck.
Mayor, Council, thank you. My name is Brianna Cruzan, and I live in Minneapolis. I'm a former Eden Prairie resident. I also worked here for 6 years, and I will do my best to jump straight to the point, covering some information that we haven't talked about yet, and that has to do with the cost of repairing the creek after erosion. So one of the things that we've been researching is the costs associated with the Riley Creek and Purgatory Creek. We know that it costs about $100,000 to $200,000 per reach that has been repaired. We also know that the city spent $1.9 million and $4.3 million on engineering and construction for Purgatory Creek. And I'm bringing this up because I'm sorry, I'm nervous. I'm trying to be fast. It's important to note that the most recent data we have found regarding erosion is from 2014. If data collection is on a 7-year cycle, this study should be done this year and before any further development plans are made, as this project will likely result in taxpayer increases for repairs, and no studies have been done to acknowledge this. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. All right, next is Bill Kelly, and then Jordan Uritia is on deck.
Hello, my name is Bill Kelly. I am a resident of Hopkins, but I've been a drinker of that spring water since 1990. And I've spent a lot of money and a lot of time. I've worked in Eden Prairie. I love Eden Prairie, so and I always come by there all the time to get some water. And I want to drink that water and keep on drinking it, and I want future generations to drink on it. I think you guys have an obligation to make sure that other generations following will have the opportunity to do that. And as far as fiscally taking care of how much did the farm create in taxes, like property taxes, sales taxes of the trees. So I think if the government agencies could combine some of the resources to buy that land and keep it rural, and then let the family get their money. We're happy that the family would get their money, but let's preserve that land the way it is. And if there's money that they've been paying into the government for all these 40, 50 years that family's lived there, that should be plenty of money to buy that land from them and keep it the way it is. And everybody will be happy. Pulte can go somewhere else. They got plenty of other places to build homes. But we could preserve that little spot. And it's a great spot. And I'd like to keep it rural. It'd be nice. All right, thank you. That's pretty much, I think there's money to be found.
Thanks,
to
Bill.
pay for that land. Thank you.
Next is Jordan. Looks like you are UTIA, maybe, I'm not sure. And then Ian Mosbeck is on deck. Jordan, I've got most towns. It looks like you're Rogers.
Yeah, Rogers.
Okay.
Yeah, Jordan Urrutia. But thanks for your time, Council and Mayor. So yeah, I live in Rogers. I have a wife and 4 boys, but I drive. It takes me like 40, 45 minutes. I get about 15 gallons of the water, at least like about once, twice a week. And I obviously can just go to a grocery store really close to me, but I get the water from the spring because I understand how powerful just natural spring water is and how healthy it is for the body. But main point that I just wanted to get here is, one, how important it is to me and my family, the water, the quality of it, and I guess I don't know how confident we can be giving that water to my 2-year-old, to my newborn, to my 4-year-old without an independent study being done on the water. I mean, we've heard a lot about certain corruption and things that have taken place with Pulte already. And so the character concerns are there. And so I just think that the responsible thing to do is to do an independent study, because mistakes happen. Like when the Titanic was built, no one thought it was going to sink. Everyone built it expecting it to float, and it still sunk. We look at J.K. Rowling when she was denied book deals by everyone. Everyone thought that they were making the right decision based off of data and whatnot, and they were wrong. And so we're humans. We make flaws. We have errors. I know Pulte put a lot of time into it. They very well could be wrong. And so I just think the responsible thing to do is to do a study and just kind of see where the chips lie there. But I just think it's the responsible thing to do for everyone, for my family. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. So Ian Mosbeck is next, and then I'll stop after Ian and just ask the council what your feelings are about a 5-minute break, or we can go till 9:30, but just keep that in mind. So Ian, you're up.
These are the stakes. We must either love each other or we must die. History will be a race between education and utter catastrophe. And from the looks of things right now, it's going to be a photo finish. Listen, this neighborhood was not so bad until all of the monkeys moved in. To you, it may look like a mess. To me, it was paradise. You see, it's a much more abstract thing for a male to put his child first. For a woman, it's unthinkable that it could be any other way. For man, it's a consciously argued decision. Ego is our problem. You can talk about nuclear waste, pollution, the proliferation of atomic weapons, all you want, but it all comes back to that we are not willing to set aside our desires for big houses and many cars and tremendous comfort, and we lack group values. The reason the planet is dying is because we cannot place the good of the group above our own desires consistently. We know the earth is dying. Yet, who recently has made a voluntary act of simplification of their life? Rather, claim your place in the sun and go forward into the light. The tools are there. The path is known. You simply have to turn your back on a culture that has gone sterile and dead and get with the program of a living world and the re-empowerment of imagination. Now, you would have to be some sort of fool or a sniveling coward, in my opinion, to let this housing proposition to pass. I implore the moral fiber of any individual acquiescing to the demands made upon this land. What kind of future do you want to leave behind for your great-grandchildren? One of life, freedom, and beauty, or that of your own deceitful pursuit of money?
Ian, thank you so much. Thanks for coming. Ian, what town are you from?
Belle Plaine.
Where?
Belle Plaine.
Belle
I
Plaine,
lived in the
thank you.
city for a while, but
Yep.
Belle Plaine now.
All right, Council, are we doing okay until about 9:30, or do you want a 5-minute break now? What's your pleasure? You're okay until 9:30? Okay. The next is Tom Goethe, maybe, and then on deck is Ken Brown.
Mayor, I have no time.
Okay. Then the next is Ken Brown, and on deck is Teresa Ship. Ken Brown.
Ken Brown, City of Eden Prairie. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you guys. I do not envy your decision tonight. It is a critical one. You have heard a great deal of testimony, and it's a serious thing for you, for the state. Your decision matters a lot. I hope that when you came tonight, you all were still open to alternatives to development. I would retired geologist, worked a good stint with the United States Forest Service on environmental impact studies. And what I heard tonight, John, we wouldn't quite pass. And that would be because of the date of the data and the uncertainty therein, and also lack of vetting by the Minnesota Department of Health, who are very good hydrologists for the state of Minnesota. That is a grave concern. So I would encourage you to vote to do a EAW with current data, so that the state can, well, not only the state, but the city of Eden Prairie can be well served. Now, there were some statements that Dean made tonight about the reputation of Pulte Homes, and there are concerns about that. And since he brought that up, there have been a great number of fines, federal fines, that I wasn't going to bring up tonight, but about $14 million over the last 10 years. And this was public information. I'm happy to let John know about it if he's interested. I think that paying attention to Dr. Alexander is your best bet.
Ken, I think your time's up. But
thank you very much for your time.
I appreciate you coming very much.
And I appreciate
Thanks for being
your
here.
Service.
Teresa, thank you for saying that. Teresa Ship, and then on deck is Jocelyn Fenbo. Not sure about that. Teresa Ship.
First of all, I want to say to the Standall family that I appreciate that they have had this land in their family. I'm sure that they want the best for it as a daughter of farming people. Secondly, I've lived in Eden Prairie over 40 years. I've always been impressed that Eden Prairie has listened to the people who are paying the taxes here, and how many times, as earlier this evening, they pointed out how much money we spend, $199 per year per person, because we value parks and rec. And I would love to see, I would implore the Standall family to find, and the city of Eden Prairie, some agreement to buy that land and keep it for everyone to enjoy and for it to be in its natural state. And then I also feel like this is a rush. I don't know what the rush is. Why do we have to decide so quickly? I think we need more time to have this evaluated, this EAW study. So I thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor, I thank you for teaching my kids.
You're welcome. Thank you. Jocelyn is Fenbo, and then on deck is Emmett Dysart.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. Before the meeting, I handed out a short presentation, if that's helpful. I hope it got around. I live in Eden Prairie, and my day job is brand marketing with a focus on sustainability. So I just wanted to call your attention. I'll try to hit the high points. I won't go through the whole deck. But the industry is moving to this idea of regeneration. So we know that there's 10 billion people expected by 2050. We also need to trim our greenhouse gases by 50% by 2030, and any growth means that's net zero. So trees, prairie grasses, all of that supports pulling the greenhouse gas from the air, and any growth needs to be net zero. We also know that the insect decline, which we rely on for food and pollinators, is down 40%. So this is why you're seeing industry, you're seeing governments all move from this idea of it's not sustaining what we have, because sustaining what we have will not allow us to survive. It's moving to regeneration. And so I also want to call out that 80% of consumers expect government to act. And I just see this as such a great opportunity for Eden Prairie. We have Prairie in our name. We are a high-income suburb. We have a lot of great prairies. And we are full of parents. And parents care more about regeneration and sustainability than other consumers. So there's this amazing opportunity in front of Eden Prairie to reframe from sustaining what we have today to regenerating the prairie. And so then finally, I had a chance to talk with PG on Saturday. Thank you so much for your time. And one of his questions was, if we would move forward, what would you need to see from Pulte? And so on the last page of this deck are 3 options, and I brought forward that framework of green to regeneration. If you felt absolutely compelled that
Jocelyn,
we must go with
just
Pulte,
finish up in like one sentence.
then the ask would be that they should be builder compliance with official LEED residential certified version 4.1 by U.S. Green Building Council. That is not net zero, but it's better.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Emmett Dysart, and then Hannah Tierney is on deck.
Hello, Council. Gonna just start my 2 minutes. My name is Emmett Dysart. I am a Eden Prairie graduate. I consider Eden Prairie my stomping grounds. I've been going to the spring ever since I can remember. I served on the Student Chamber of Commerce. I participated in the AM Eden Prairie Rotary Club, and it's safe to say that I have a passion for the city, just like each of you. I asked my nephew to pronounce Pulte. He's only 10 years old. He said pollute. Kids know. I think that like the energy here obviously is strong, and you guys know the right thing to do. I made a sign just over there. It says, "End eco-terrorism, do the right thing. History is watching." I want to emphasize that there has been so many conversations I've had personally with individuals, and I think that if each of you guys even just hung out and spent an hour of your time at the spring talking to people, it would change your hearts too. It would be obvious to go ahead with the study and do the right thing. The money that's running the world is corrupting each of us. Wake up, please. I appreciate your time and love you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. Hannah Tierney, and then on deck is Chesney Inquist.
Hello, my name is Hannah. I come from Minneapolis, and I will be reading from my paper, so I hit all the points I want to make. After reviewing the staff report and building plans, I see that the project will result in 455 trees removed. It is known that the requirements placed by the city in this area is for a 2,522 caliber inch of tree replacement. However, the plan written by Pulte was for 866 caliber inch. This creates a deficit of 1,656 caliber inch of tree replacement. Instead of staying true to the city codes and holding themselves accountable for the tree desecration, Pulte has proposed to make a cash payment for the deficit. This speaks volumes to a capitalistic mindset and shows little respect for the deeply cherished land and significant habitat loss for wildlife. Will Eden Prairie accept this cash payment and not abide by their own requirements? Have you accepted funds or stock from this company already? What is the point of city code if you are going to make exceptions to it? In addition, there are 4 other waivers being made against the city code, such as the minimum lot size, minimum lot width, front yard setback, and over-length cul-de-sac. We question why Pulte would be allowed to break city code in 5 instances, especially considering Pulte's concerning history of environmental impact and obvious lack of care for this land. By allowing Pulte to build on this land and by agreeing to rezone, we would be left with the message that Eden Prairie does not hold their land, wildlife, and community as their first priority. Keep the prairie in Eden Prairie. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. So, Chesney, is it? Inquist? And then on deck is Suso Jeffrey? I'm not sure. Or wait, is that? No.
I'm thrilled Susu's here. I'm Chesney.
You're
Thank
Chesney.
you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Go ahead, Chesney.
Mayor, council members. My name is Chesney Enquist. I'm from the city of Minneapolis. I travel regularly to collect water from the spring. This body is 70% Frederick Miller Spring. I have a stake. I'd like to keep it clean. I'd like to tell you a story about a rock, a river, and a tree. These are the beings I sat beside, or rather, they stood by me. As a child of 12, on the banks of a river, I learned to call the St. Croix. It was the place where I first felt what I could only call grace. Deeply traumatized at this young age, I believe what I experienced was for the first time a cohesion again in my nervous system. The pain is still there. It's still difficult to feel belonging. I've been bullied by public officials, so it's difficult to speak here before you. Thank you for your patience. The spring is where I travel now to experience this coherence. I'm so grateful to experience it with friends and to bring some of that coherence here to you tonight. The space on the St. Croix, the people who saved my life, were visionary legislators and philanthropic families who wrote public policy and gifted land and worked with organizations in order to conserve contiguous habitat, the soil food web, healthy pollinators, clean, healthy water.
Chesney, there's so many people I'd love to let go on.
Clean, healthy water is a human right.
To listen to, but thank you so much for coming.
And that's why we're here. Thank you.
I really appreciate you coming out. All of you are fascinating people, but I'm a relational person, and so many of these people I would love to catch up with at another time. So let's see, Suzu Jeffrey, is it? I'm not sure if the name I'm saying right, but and then on deck is Colleen Bonnewell. Is it Suzu?
Susu Jaffrey from Minneapolis.
Okay.
Friends of Coldwater has written to the Minnesota State archaeologist. We're concerned about the mounds that are being disrupted for building on top of the ridge. The idea that is called Purgatory Ridge is certainly not the kind of language the Native Americans would have used where they placed their honored dead. I'm wondering if there's been a study about destroying Indian mounds. This is a landslide area. We're looking at climate change with huge water dumping events. And I'm wondering how much money the state and the city is willing to pay to stabilize the hills here. Because I think you'll end up paying out more than you're going to bring in with your estimated property taxes. What is the cost to rebuild and stabilize these Minnesota River ridges and to rebuild Spring Road? Water moves. It's not like it's going to stay in place. It's going to continue to move, and it's going to continue to work down the ridges. And I think you'll find that it'll be a net loss of money for you all. This is the only accessible spring for more than 1 million people in the city of Minneapolis and in Hennepin County. I sent you an article that was published on the web about it. I hope that you will look at it. But this is the only spring left in all of greater Minneapolis. This is it, folks. The rest of them have either been dewatered or they're inaccessible. So it's up to you to save this. Friends of Coldwater, we absolutely recommend an EAW. It seems irresponsible to move with all these negatives, particularly about Pulte builders who, on an estimated 5-star rating, have earned 1.5 stars.
Thank you, Susu.
They're
and
risky.
Just for clarification, we have another spring a mile down the road to the
sorry?
west. Just for clarification, there's another spring a mile down the road to the west. Thank you so
We're
much.
talking major springs.
And this one too. Thank you. Eden Prairie is really proud of our springs. So Colleen Bonnewell.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
A little bit of an adjustment here.
Okay.
Corey spoke earlier.
Yep.
We're going to move Vian up. Vian is almost past his bedtime, and so he wants to come up to be able to speak now.
That's great.
So we're going to put him in Corey's spot, and then he'll be right after.
What number was VN?
Vian was number 71.
Got it. Thank you.
All you.
Welcome, VN.
Can you hear me?
We can.
I'm Vian, and I live in Minnesota, Eden Prairie. I've been living here for 7 years, and I really like the spring because it has a lot of water and a lot of people can play in the water, and it gives the trees water, so the roots can give water to the trees, and the trees, I really like trees too because they're also some living plants, so that's why I like trees. And I don't know if we are gonna build in spring, but I still don't want anybody to build in spring because spring is a very good place, and that is almost that's one of the places where animals can live, and they have water, territory, and a lot of stuff that they can use. So I really love animals, and I don't want them to die, and I want them to stay alive, and I don't want every single animal in the world to get endangered. And
Deanne, I'm going to stop you there, but you are so good, and I so thank you for coming tonight, and I just deeply appreciate you, and I'm proud of you for coming up here like that and speaking like that. I'm very impressed. And just know that regardless of what happens tonight, we love the trees, we love the spring, we love everything you said, and I'm very proud of you tonight. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to.
You are so welcome. Thank you. All right. Yeah, he deserves applause. All right, so we'll go back then. I believe Colleen Bonnewell, and then on deck is Katie Sudlow. Colleen Bonnewell and Katie Sudlow. We might be taking a break in about 4 to 5 minutes, Council, just to let you know that. So
4 or 5 or 45?
4 or 5 minutes. Well, okay, Colleen, take it away.
Anin, hello, and Anishinaabe Mo Win. I know I'm going to get cut off, so it's very difficult for me. Everybody came and waited to speak their turn. You know, the way we used to govern ourselves here, pre-contact, everyone got together and stayed together until we came to a consensus. We didn't rush, we didn't give special treatment to these ones over here. Well, these ones over here only got 2 minutes. Who got all the minutes? Who got all the minutes here? The developer. Stop making poison and the destruction of the land for profit at the demise of all life. There. It sounds like the funds of the city of Eden Prairie that have been made and saved could be spent to secure the Frederick Miller Water Spring for all life, for the future. The water is the commons, so it's used by law. You must get the consent. Before you allow the developer to go in there, you must get the consent of every person who's affected by your decision to allow that. That is your responsibility, kind
Thank you so much, Colleen, for coming.
Sirs. No, I'm not finished.
No, you are, Colleen.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Colleen,
Colleen, stop.
This
Colleen,
is treaty land.
Colleen, please
This
stop.
was never sold.
Colleen,
this land
you're being
was never
disrespectful
sold.
now.
It was
Colleen,
never bought. It was
Colleen,
stolen, and
Colleen,
you're not getting the water.
Colleen,
That water belongs to all that.
Colleen, you're not being respectful now.
You're pitiful.
Next is Katie Sudlow, and then on deck is Scott Metzen, I think. Hi, Katie.
Thank you all for your time. I really appreciate this. I know there's a lot of people that can't be here today. This is an heirloom of great history in your city. I want to discuss the diversity of this community because usually you can only see the scope of this by visiting. Today, you get to see a small glimpse of the community that visits regularly. There's thousands, and I've met people from Northfield, and they're all so kind. This is my third pregnancy going to the spring to get water, and never once have I had to struggle bringing big jugs with my big belly, and everyone's just very kind, I swear. It is not what you would expect here, but honestly the most diverse sample of life you could ever fathom. People of all ages, all races, all backgrounds, all socioeconomic statuses, all religious and political beliefs, and all family units come here. It's a community like you will never see anywhere else. Think of what you'd lose by destroying this pure natural water source. And I know that you're keeping it, but hundreds of people would not visit, if not all of the people. Not only would this community vanish, but it would put clean water out of reach for thousands of people. Water filtration systems that actually work are expensive. Many people could not afford this, even though it is a right and not a luxury to clean water. Please do the right thing by protecting this beautiful heirloom and this diverse community. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Let's see, Scott Metzen. I think we'll take a break after Scott here. So go ahead, Scott.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
My name is Scott Matson. I'm from Blaine. The reason I come out to the Frederick Miller Spring is that Blaine ran out of water. My municipality failed me once, but twice. So I come out here regularly, and I've been getting my water ever since. I have no degree in geology. I have no degree in science. I have no degree in plants, but there's a lot of smart people, including the Pulte fella over here. I agree with the family that ought to sell their property as well. I really think that you have more of a watershed. I'm privileged to the same information you guys have been getting. I've been reading the same stuff. And this looks like a watershed problem, not just a spring. It's the focal point of this whole deal today, but I think you need to look at what you're going to be doing in the future with the whole watershed. A wise person always seeks wisdom and seeks knowledge. And it's all right here in the room out here. It's all at your fingertips. So all you got to do is the next right choice. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. All right, we are going to take about a 5-minute break. If it ends up a little bit longer, then I'll pull us back together. Maggie, I don't need to gavel anything. I just declare a recess for 5 minutes or something. Okay. We'll be back in 5. Just only a couple of us maybe leave here at a time. Right? So, well, I am. If we can come back together, it'd be great to get started. Would you like a chair? Ma'am, would you like a chair? I mean... Do you want to lean against something? If we can all come back together in council, if you can take a seat, I'll wait a minute. We're still missing one person, so we'll wait. If Sydney, it looks like Sydney something, maybe with a G, I'm not sure, is going to be next. Is that you? All right. And then Leonard Ben Lotson, or I'm not sure, a B, is going to be on deck. Sydney, what's your last name? Oh, it's a B? Or it is a G. Okay. Who? Oh, I don't know Mike's name. All these years, it's like I've never known Mike's name. Like, I'll let you know. Okay. That's never locked. You know what that? We're waiting on our sound technician, so thank you, Sydney, for being patient. Sydney, where do you live? What town?
I currently live in Grand Rapids, Michigan, but my mom lives in Minneapolis. So yeah, the Frederick Miller Spring is like my grounding place. Whenever I'm traveling, I always stop there and get water. So.
Excellent.
Yeah, thank you for the short break. I don't know if I can start now, or do you want me to wait still?
I don't know either.
That's okay.
Are we good? All right. Yes, you can.
Awesome.
All right. You may begin.
Sweet. Well, thank you, everybody, just for listening to what everybody has to say today. I do just want to emphasize that we do want to be respectful here, as we hope that you respect our requests, specifically for an EAW. As a sustainable developer, a sustainable designer, and builder myself, I actually build with hempcrete. I am just really confused about these energy efficient claims that Pulte is making. I haven't seen nearly enough certifications on their record to be deemed an energy efficient builder. I just think that if they're making those kinds of claims, that's heavy greenwashing, which as a sustainability consultant, I don't appreciate. I just think we need to take the time to take the responsible measures, go through the evaluations. I think that having money or quick results or quick proposals and detailed slides, I don't think that that's sufficient to be able to persuade you. I think that going through the steps to have the full EAW, have all the facts laid out and have everything properly evaluated is the most responsible way to proceed. And I think you have every opportunity to stand as an example to the citizens of Eden Prairie, Minneapolis, the greater area, state of Minnesota, the proper ways to proceed if you take the time to proceed diligently instead of quickly and profitably, which I'm assuming they're willing to pay a lot. I just think you need to take the time to really read into the facts, get current numbers, current geological and ecological evaluations, and take the time to listen to your constituents. I'm not one of them, but I do represent the Spring and Friends of the Spring. And I just think taking the time to, find the details and hone in your facts is what you need to do. And just a quick study and a quick PowerPoint is not going to cut it. They might be interested in protecting the water, but you're not going to know that until you give it a full evaluation. So proceed with the EAW thoroughly and fully. Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm.
These are not on. Thank you so much. All right, so it looks like Leonard, and I'm not sure the spelling. It looks like a B. I'm not sure. Is there a Leonard? No. Okay. How about Jesse Mercado? And then on deck would be Blake Childs. Are you Jesse?
No.
Are you Blake? Well, Blake, come on forward. If we find Jesse, we'll pull him or her up. Blake Childs.
Good morning, Council. I'm Blake Childs from New Brighton. All right, real quick, do I have a show of hands? Can I show of hands here real quick that can show of hands that can see this real quick and see what the health is, the issue? Does anybody show of hands see the issue of this at all? Dean, do you know? This is lead. This would do Flint, Michigan. I took this out of somebody's house, which was water. If you do not raise your hands, you got to do EAW because you're not understanding what would pollute water. Another thing is my family has 30 years of history with the issues of New Brighton water. Is not good still. It has an issue, and I want to stop off that real quick is, first of all, it's a Christmas tree farm, guys. People have religions. People would want to go to this. There's not just Christians use Christmas trees. A lot of religions use that. You have a capability to have a community gathering and have something that's already been established for your people. You have a spot that people can gather, and people are already doing it. All you got to do is embrace your community, embrace your people, and not sell them out as you're doing with 50 houses. New Brighton's water is poisoned because of World War II, and it's not been yet. The alkalines are pain in the butt to do with, especially with machinery and a lot of stuff. So I'm telling you, beware of this guy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Did Jesse Mercado show up? No. Are you Jesse? Yes, I am. Okay. Come on forward, Jesse.
Thank you all for letting me speak. I just wanted to comment on a couple of the things that Pulte had brought up that we found inconsistencies with. 41, this section is a great example of bias used when compiling this report. It compares the numbers of nitrate testing to the lower numbers. So it's taking a high nitrate number and comparing it to a low nitrate number. This is the kind of research that they did. And all we want is an unbiased source. That's all. That's all we want. We don't know. We're not scientists. But we need them to tell us. We need a real study done, not these fragmented studies. These things are minuscule. They're taking small things and trying to create a big deal of it. Also, when the Hennepin Villages was built, what was there, 250 homes or something? There was no EAW done. The EAW that was used in that, from everything we could tell, was the EAW from the road, which was not supposed to be used in that way. It was supposed to be used for the road, and that's it, no development. Why have we still not gotten an EAW this long after? There's been more and more houses built. We just want to see what it's doing. We already know that the creek has been impaired. We know that Hennepin Villages is, which is our next thing. We need to attack them. Today I walked out and all I could smell was the broadleaf spray that they sprayed. I sprayed for 12 years, gotten away from that. They're spraying all over, every inch of turf at Hennepin this morning when I walked out. It's disgusting. We got to stop this. We got to figure out a better way. Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Jesse, you live in Hennepin Village, Eden Prairie?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Teresa Holland? Yeah, I'm not sure. And then on deck would be Christine Merscharf.
Hi there. I'm Teresa Helen, and I'm from Golden Valley. I've been drinking at the spring for 12 years. It's my only living water source. It's the only living water source actually in the whole Twin Cities area. So leaving this would really, if you, this is a lot. So if you do pass and do the rezoning, it will affect thousands of people that are drinking this water on a daily basis. People come from all over the Twin Cities to your backyard, to get your water. Thank you, Standals, for holding on to the land and holding that space. We really do want to buy it and leave it for the next 7 generations. We want to give the Eden Prairie their money, give the family the money, let them retire, let the family do what they need to do, and thank you for holding the space. If you do vote no on the rezoning, the Standals have a lot easier time selling it to a private people, to leave it for the people. Right now, from what I understand, if you guys vote yes, on the rezoning, will have to go up, and they'll have to have some contract that they've signed already that we'll have to back off on. So if you do say no to the rezoning, they'll be able to get out of and not have Pulte have to go through that, whatever happens there. And I'm truly honest, to be honest with you guys, all these people, and how many people are called you? Beautiful peoples? Why is this still happening? For 50 people to have a home? For 100 people to live in homes because you guys are doing this for empty nesters? What's the incentive? What are you guys getting out of this? Because you have all these people that want this water. And yes, the biodiversity of this valley, I know my minutes are almost up, sir. Can you please keep it focusing? Thank you. Do you understand? I mean, why is this happening? Who's getting paid out? We want to give the Standals money. Can we do that? And the way we can do that is by you saying no to Pulte. They've been kicked out of 5 states. Why would you want that on your chest? Please, Eden Prairie, please have a big, bright star on your chest to say, I love this water and we love you people in Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Is it Christine Mersharf? Christine, no, Christine. And then Sue Bennett. And then on deck would be Jeff Barorwiak. Sue Bennett.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Sue Bennett, and I've lived in Eden Prairie for over 30 years. It's been amazing to watch how quickly the word has spread regarding the rezoning of the property of Spring Road. Through the petition, I learned quickly how people feel about Riley Creek and the overdevelopment of Eden Prairie. We started spreading the word in a grassroots way, and by the time the Planning Commission came around, we had over 1,087 petition signatures. We now have over 3,200 signatures that oppose the rezoning. I learned at the Planning Commission meeting that the science that the commissioners were relying on was a 14-year-old EAW that was for a roadway project only. After the Planning Commission meeting, we contacted the Minnesota Center of Environmental Advocacy and asked for their advice. They suggested that we submit our environmental information to the EQB. We were told that only 50% of the applications actually get approved. Our application was approved, and we were told that it would be submitted to the responsible governing unit, which in this case was the City of Eden Prairie. We thought our EAW would go to a neutral third party, a third party that would fairly evaluate the information presented by both parties in an unbiased way. Overall, we thought we were following a fair process where 3,200 petition signatures had a voice. We thought that we were being good creative thinkers when we offered to do fundraising to acquire the land and convert it to a conservation area. We've also contacted people like Senator Slawinski, who has offered to write us a legacy bill to help in this situation. So where do we go from here? We have an empty nester community that serves around 150 people. We have a petition that has over 3,200 signatures who support the goal to make this a conservation area. We have Pulte. Pulte has information and a specialist and also has a track record that is filled with lawsuits.
Thank you, Sue. I appreciate you coming tonight. Appreciate all your contact through the last couple of months as well and your involvement. So, Jeff Barorwiak, I think.
Let Sue go ahead and take my time, and I'll jump in.
That's not the way it's going to work, but thank you so much. Jeff, go ahead. I appreciate what you're trying to do. That's really nice.
No, you don't get it, Ron. Ron, you don't get it. This has been a sham.
Excuse me, would you?
This is my time. Is it my floor or not?
It's not your time. You just lost your time. Thank you.
I just lost my time.
You just lost your time. Thank you.
I look forward to meeting with each and every one of you out at the spring so we can talk about what's going on.
Jeff, if you're going to be respectful, you can have your time, but you can't stand there.
We're not.
Jeff,
you haven't shown respect tonight, Ron. You haven't shown respect, Ron.
Excuse me.
Ron, I'll come and meet you at your office and we'll talk, okay?
You need to stop.
Will you meet with me outside here?
Excuse me, could we have Jeff remove?
Will you meet with me outside of chambers?
Jeff,
will you, Ron?
Jeff, would you please leave? Thank you. This is not respectful of democracy.
You have not been respectful.
Jeff? You're beyond your authority, Mayor. No, I'm actually not.
A session,
Jeff, I need you to leave right now.
A conversation, a hearing is when people really talk.
Jeff, I need you to leave now.
I'm looking forward to meeting with you. We'll be in front.
I need you to leave.
We'll find you outside of chambers. Thank you.
Officer, would you just ask Jeff to leave? Thank you.
Time to go, Ron.
So, just a thought there, just for everyone. I'll let you have your full time in just a moment. So, so all of us up here, the five of us, as we've said before, we're citizen representatives. We get elected by the people, and we represent, when we speak on behalf of the people of Eden Prairie. So when someone comes, it's just, excuse me, so when someone comes and disrespects, it's not me, it's not Ron Case, but when someone comes and disrespects a mayor, or disrespects a council member, or disrespects a judge, or disrespects a senator, it's American democracy that's getting disrespected, and that's not okay. It's just not. And I am so sorry that someone gets to the point where they don't really know how to behave in a setting like this, in a public hearing. But that's not okay. And I'm not going to allow that. And so I do thank all the rest of you who have been really good citizens here and participatory, and I appreciate, we really appreciate hearing from you, and we've appreciated hearing from you in emails and voicemails, and I've tried to respond back. And for the most part, almost everyone that called me was very respectful. There were a few people that were not, but most were, and that's important. Again, I think the process of American democracy is often so much more important than the particular instances like this approval or not. So again, thank you so much. So you are?
Ashley Kennedy.
Great. So just a moment. Did we skip a Paul Richards or?
Yeah, they couldn't find him.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Ashley, you are up.
Okay, thank you for listening to us tonight. My name is Ashley, and this is Kim, and we are co-founders of Zero Waste Advocates of Minnesota, and we attended Eden Prairie Schools, kindergarten through graduation. Go Eagles. We're so happy that there are so many passionate people interested in the future of the spring here tonight. We were surprised to find out that our hometown would move forward on a project like this without doing its due diligence of an outside environmental impact survey done by an outside agency that does not profit from the project. I actually buy my Christmas trees every year from this property. They're a lovely family, and this is not a dig towards the family, only a concern for the greater good. The previous spring owner chose not to make a profit and instead gifted it to the city with the intention of benefiting the community. 50 McMansions do not benefit the community. We just found out about this, and I'm sure there are many other people that don't know about this as well. Recently, Chanhassen City Council approved some building projects that later upset residents, and there were ramifications for the council once the elections came around. As you know, there is a new mayor and council members. We ask that you halt this project until further studies are conducted. Eden Prairie needs to honor this rare gift of the spring with the gifter's intention of protecting it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashley. And let's see, Carrie, is it right foot or light foot? I'm not sure. Carrie, Cedar Avenue, Minneapolis. It's Kari. Kari, welcome.
First, I just want to acknowledge that I'm here to, for the water, for the trees. Thank you for everyone speaking tonight, and I appreciate it. We're on Anishinaabe land and Dakota land, and I'm going to read something for them I'm not going to do the words that I can't pronounce, but these are, when I say we, I'm speaking for the people of this land, the original people, this land. Respect is defined as a sacred responsibility for all and continues for all time the way it was intended in 1854. The 1854 treaty is understood at signing time and location indicates a strong influence toward peace and protection from massacre and disease for Anishinaabe. Fighting was happening throughout the other big lakes, and the treaty for peace would save many lives on earth. Important to note, acknowledged by treaty, Anishinaabe acknowledged by treaty the right to exist. We retain natural rights for water. We seek the water that gives life. We hunt and gather, fish, and we protect the Nibi, water, and recognize an abundance of Mother Earth teachings here on earth for all time. Anishinaabe history teaches the people to be careful with our Anishinaabe life. We tell our stories originating from the lands in the east and throughout all Anishinaabe territory. We know how to protect the food that grows on water. In our ancient history, we allowed settlers to share our land, but not to disturb the natural rights for us to exist. Under the 1854 La Pointe Treaty, natural rights become well stated in Anishinaabe language, a good life intended for all, and documented through our history with sacred words. It's important to listen to the people of this land, to listen to the water, to listen to the trees. You can't replace trees with money.
Kari, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming in.
We need the trees to breathe.
Thank you. Sadie Seaborn, is it? And then on deck is Pooja Muruganandan. So Sadie. Sadie, what city do you live in?
Hi, my name is Sadie. I'm from Minneapolis.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Just want to thank you for hearing us. I hope you listen to the people's concerns surrounding the science, evidence, and facts they're built around. The Noble Hill Project is building upon an already declining ecosystem. This biodiversity helps support one of our national bird migration paths, one of only four bird flyways. Frederick Miller Spring is a hot spot for bird watchers. 18 have recently recorded over 54 species, such as the northern shoveler, ruddy duck, white pelican, and the chimney swift, which is on the vulnerable species list. The best way to help preserve these birds in the flyway is by protecting water quality in the watershed by preventing yard waste, pesticides, chemicals, and road salts, which eventually make their way into our waterways and water. Heritage trees provide large canopies for nesting and stopover spots, which migrators are dependent upon. This is why we need an environmental study. We need to vote yes to the EAW. I wanted to quote you, Mayor Ron Case. Quote, "It's so easy to fall prey to the temptation to cut a budget, divest in our future, or allow our infrastructure to deteriorate, all in an effort to save $1 today and at the grave risk of jeopardizing tomorrow," unquote. I hope that you all make the right decisions and getting the study done and looking at the facts and the science and hearing the people's voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadie. Is Pooja here? No. Okay, then how about John Richardson? John, what town are Minneapolis, right? South Minneapolis, it looks like?
It. Yes.
Welcome.
Hey, guys. Long time no see. So, given light of all of the new information that we've had, Eden Prairie matters a lot. You guys all care about Eden Prairie greatly. I mean, you devote how much volunteer time to it. It's huge. So this is a treasure for Eden Prairie, as I mentioned last time I was up. It's also a treasure for the greater Minnesota. So I'm from Minnesota. I'm not just from Minneapolis, as are you from Minnesota. And this is affecting all of us. Now, the big thing that I took away from last time, Mayor Case, as we were leaving, you said that legally you need something that'll stand up in a court of law to deny the rezoning. Aside from all of the reasons that you have in ethical reasons and moral reasons to keep things the way they are or to make things, to deny the rezoning, there's also an inordinate amount of reasoning and legal reasons to not approve a rezoning right now. The EAW, rezoning it without having the EAW already in process and finalized would be ludicrous. It would be derelict of your duties. It would show that you actually don't care about Eden Prairie or the people of Eden Prairie. It would show that you care about what you think the taxpayer money will do for everything. Because there is more than enough legal reason to not hold up in a court of law. On a side note of that, there is more than enough legal reasons here to present a lot of arbitrage following a poor decision on
John,
your guys'
you're out
parts.
of time, but I appreciate your comments.
I understand.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Rosalind Hanson, Savage.
Greetings. I'm Rosalind Hanson from Savage. I started drinking this water in 1969. I used to go across the road to go up the hill with my dad at the age of 4 to collect that water. I still drink that water. Now I have children that are drinking this water. And last night, I had a very profound dream. And Dr. Ramoto, I got the pleasure to meet him. He's tested this water. He's a water scientist. I had passed away in 2013. His books are about the secret of water. And part of that book is Minnesota is the cover of that book, the crystal that produced from this water. The other visitor I appeared was Prince. Prince didn't collect the water. Some of his workers or people that worked for him collected this water, and he drank that. That's where, it's a valuable resource, a natural resource that doesn't need any fixing. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosalind. Let's see. Fred, is it Garcio? And then Allison Hoyer is on deck.
Hi, Council. I'm Fred Garcio from Burnsville, Minnesota.
From where?
Burnsville, Minnesota.
Burnsville. Didn't hear the Burnsville. Great, thank you.
A couple things about what Pulte said. They mentioned phosphorus. Well, all the fertilizer we use has phosphorus removed. So saying we have low phosphorus doesn't mean anything. Second thing, when they said their buildings are going to be highly efficient, is that on a national basis or a Minnesota basis? Here we have 2x6 construction. Most of the country has 2x4, and they don't need the insulation requirements, triple pane windows, and things like that. So those are just some of the things when people say the things. I was unaware of some of the questionable lawsuits they've been involved in. Burnsville has horrible water, and one of the things about city water is that it's chlorine and fluoride in it. And we're all in this area, they call it the Goiter Belt, where a lack of iodine, and chlorine and fluoride displace iodine. They're very close to each other on the periodic table. So we need iodine supplements, and we don't need chloride and fluoride. So though many of us hit that water well, and I've been drinking it for 5 years for those reasons, my dogs didn't want to drink the water, and this is five different dogs over 15 years, and the last 2 had nothing to do with the first 3. They didn't want to drink the Burnsville water. They go outside, eat snow. It smells. It makes the aerators black. We're pulling water from the Kramer mine, which is next to the Minnesota River, and it's a Superfund site right next to it, 2 of them, and there's one down the road. So we're in the Minnesota River wildlife area and watershed, and the river is so polluted you can't swim in it per state mandates, and you can't take the fish. So it's important to keep these type of areas as pristine as we can, because we have made mistakes. Nobody thought in the 60s that having the dump along the river would create a problem. It's clay lined. We're okay. We're not okay. And our water wells go up Cliff Road, and they're awful. And let's just save $1. So they're, rather than pay them to pump 10 million gallons a day into the river, they pumped it into our water.
Thank you so much for coming this way. Allison Hoyer. And then on deck is David Klopp. Allison,
Hello.
welcome.
Thank you for listening to all of us speak.
Where are you from, Allison?
I'm from Minneapolis.
Thank you.
The thing I really want to speak about is I think there's a couple different ways that we can be looking at this issue. I'm hearing ways of looking at it where we really want to isolate things. Like when we talk about the spring, are we talking about just the flowing water, or are we talking about the whole ecosystem? Because I'm hearing a lot of voices talk about the bees, the trees. It's not just the spring itself. And I don't think that you can guarantee that, that water won't get impacted. I'm hearing that as well. I'm also hearing a lot of really imaginative solutions for how we can be conserving that land. I think I want to remind us that we are on Indigenous lands. We're on Dakota homelands. That's not a history and that we really reckon with, especially on the way that Minnesota state government participated in genocide and removal of Dakota people in order to settle these places. And I think that should be a factor of the decision as well. I'm a seminary student, so I think about the morality behind some of these things, and I think about the spirituality behind these issues as well. And I think you've heard many people speak to the spiritual effects of water. Water is life and water is sacred are not just catchphrases. They really mean things to people, spiritually grounded things. And I just really encourage you to evaluate why are you making this decision and for whose benefit, because there's lots of people speaking from the commons and a more collectivist vision who are advocating for the preservation of the spring. And it shouldn't just go into private ownership. I think we have a better opportunity here, and I'd like to see the City Council take that on behalf of the City of Eden Prairie, but also the many, many other people who have come to speak on behalf of the spring and the whole ecosystem.
Thank you, Allison,
Thank you
so much. Just to clarify, we own the spring. That's not going anywhere. We're adding 8 acres to it, but thank you for coming. David Klopp, and then on deck is Tara Fahey, I think.
Good evening.
Hi.
It's actually David Lux.
It's David what?
Lux.
Oh, I'm looking for David Klopp, K-L-O-P-P.
He sent me.
That's who I'm looking for.
Okay, well, I'll go with.
Lux and Klopp, they sound similar.
May I give you a hand up?
You may.
Basically, I think this is Minnesota, and we value our lakes, our rivers, and our springs. And for some reason, I don't understand why we can't do this EAW. So I think it kind of stinks. I think it stinks of a backroom deal. I really do. Because there's no other reason. You guys have the golden triangle. You all are rich. You're a rich suburb. This is small potatoes for you. Small potatoes. And I know you guys are so happy about your park system, but let me tell you, it could be better. And this is a kind of resource. Don't look at it like a curse. You're looking at it like a curse. You should embrace this water resource. This is a gift. And we've got many people that use it. Many people love it. And it's free. How many things are free to citizens these days? Air, water. How much is, go buy some spring water. How much do you pay for spring water? And the other thing I think about this too, you know the history of the bluff. You know how unstable. You know these multi-million-dollar homes coming down the bluff. You know the Minnesota River Bluff Trail collapsing. How many million did that take to fix? You know how unstable it is. You've heard from Calvin Alexander, one of the best professors at the University of Minnesota. Listen to him. Listen to him. That's really what I want to tell you. And I tell you what, I've got money here. I'm going to take out my wallet and put my money right where my mouth is. Right now. And let's all pass the kitty and let's get it done. Thank you much.
Thanks, David. Next is Tara Fahey, and then on deck would be David, that I think Lux, or maybe that was the man that was up there before. So Tara, let's see. Tara, you're from Minneapolis. All right.
That's correct. Hello, my name is Tara Fahey, and
Welcome.
I've been drinking at the spring for a number of years. The reason I even came to Eden Prairie to begin with, because I live in Minneapolis, is that I study native plants. And I was very lucky to be brought by a teacher to the Richard T. Anderson Conservation Area that's also located in Eden Prairie. And it has some amazing biodiversity there. It's not been developed. It was never farmed. And so because of that, the plants that are there are very unique and medicinal. But, and I also then, because of that, came by Spring Road regularly because it was on my route. And so then I got to be able to be familiar with Frederick Miller Spring as a result. I can tell you that the water at Frederick Miller is much better than at Richard T. Anderson, in my opinion. So I'm coming today to just testify because I've been spending some time at the spring lately. I've been spending time there because I feel like it's important. Artesian drinking water is not something that you find every day. It's a very valuable thing. And I hope that the council members will consider an environmental impact statement or an EAW in this moment. I feel like it's a really essential piece. It's important to just to be able to evaluate in a non-biased way such an important water source and also such a jewel for Eden Prairie. So I urge you to continue to work in that direction and to value and to protect Frederick Miller Spring. Thank you.
Thank you, Tara. Let's see, David, and again, I'm not sure what you just pronounced. Lewis, maybe L-U-A-S, or what is it?
It's Lux.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, that's fine. So Eden Prairie.
Yes, I'm in Hennepin Village. So, Mr. Mayor and the members of the City Council, thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight, especially so late. My 13-year-old daughter is actually home doing her homework, and so in a way I'm representing her tonight because she's very passionate about the environment and our walks along Spring Road and through the area, observing the animals and the birds among the trees. And we enjoy the seclusion and the peaceful settings that we live in, but are concerned about the growing volume of traffic on Spring Road. You'd be surprised how, working from home this year, how many cars there are that are going up and down that road, usually a little bit above the speed limit, I might add, which make our daily walks sometimes interrupted because you're always making sure that you're safe and those cars are coming around those curves. You put another 100 cars on there because of 50 homes, and we begin to wonder what it's really going to look like. Even though those cars are electric, they're not going to make things safer, and they're certainly not going to replace the trees that Pulte is going to remove. Which, if you think about it, it also is going to be impacting those deer that walk behind our home, cross Spring Road, and up that hill to where Pulte will be. Because if they move in, it's going to change drastically. My daughter and I have also talked about at length the 2018 archaeological findings that were done of Dakota artifacts that were along Flying Cloud Road, and what that really means. Because it's an example of recent disruption of historic lands, a short distance just to the southeast of this proposed development. What happens if Pulte bulldozers don't just destroy the trees, the habitat of the deer, the goldfinches, and the bees, but also more Native American burial grounds? It would be a shame for this city, I think. I appreciate the record that you mentioned earlier, Mr. Mayor, about being fiscally responsible. That's great. And also about caring for the environment, and I respect you for that. That's wonderful. And I think that creating more parks is fantastic. We feel, though, it's worth the city's investment in integrity and the commitment to its residents to have
David,
an EAW.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thanks for coming in. Haley Oski, it looks like, and then David Smith is on deck.
Hello, I'm Haley. This is my first public speech. I'm from Excelsior,
Welcome.
Minnesota. I just, honestly, I don't know how to do public speeches, but I just felt it was very important to say that I think that building these houses would be pretty much a fruitless effort, because I think that those ancestors will come back for you guys. I don't think you're going to have anyone living in those houses after these ancestors tell you what's going to happen, because they're not going to let you take their land like that. They're not going to let that go down. And why do you need more homes? There are homeless people like me who can't even have them. You're giving them to people who already have homes, and you're taking away everyone else's natural home, which is Mother Earth. We're lucky to have a planet that provides us food, clean water, and shelter, but you wish to take that away. When does it end? It's not going to end here. It's not just one case scenario. This is many scenarios. This has gone on for too long. It's going to continue to happen, and it's not okay. This is not just our Earth. This is everyone's Earth. It's not just humans that live here. There are animals that live here. There are plants that live here, and they deserve the space just as much as we do. Thank you for letting me speak.
You did well tonight. Thank you for sharing your passion. Thanks for being here. David Smith. And then on deck is Gina Christensen, it looks like.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is David Smith, and I live on Flying Cloud Drive in Eden Prairie. I've had some of your guys' names on my lawn during election time, and I've taught at all 5 elementary schools, been involved with the community for a while. I no longer work for the public schools. I now travel and teach online, but I've chose to stay in Eden Prairie because I felt like the community and the city placed a high priority on preserving these green areas in the parks and trails. However, I've noticed them being reduced over the years for developments, and now 456 irreplaceable trees in the beautiful area of Riley Creek will be removed for another development. I'm not only concerned about the irreplaceable trees, but the wildlife that calls the area home. Squirrels, birds, raccoons, fox, deer, coyote. I wonder how many birds and squirrels will die and other animals will be driven from their habitat, critical habitat of international significance for the conservation of birds. And based on what I heard at the planning meeting, it sounds like this loss is for high-end homes, which reminds me of presentations given at the school that spoke of the opposite, that Eden Prairie was moving to make the community more inclusive and to provide more affordable housing. Unfortunately, when I started working in Eden Prairie, there was a reduction in enrollment as young families couldn't afford to live here, and I don't see this planned development in alignment with the presentations given. I also heard at the planning meeting an argument for the development, which was, we have approved similar developments in the past, and I don't see anything different about this case, so I vote in favor of the development. That comment, that because it was done in the past, so we should do it again, was unsettling, and I hope the council will look at each case free of past decisions. And I actually think that if similar developments have been traditionally approved in the past, that it would be a good reason not to approve this case, to preserve the green areas, the 456 trees, and to protect the wildlife.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Looks like Gina Christensen, and then on deck would be Roger Cuthbertson.
Hello, my name's Gina Christensen. I'm a former Eden Prairie resident. I live in Victoria right now, and I've been going to the spring for about 35 years. My mom brought me to it. She had heard about it when we moved in this area, and it's really dear to me. I'm still drinking it. My kids are drinking it. But for a moment, I'd like to talk about and honor the memory of both William Frederick and Arthur Miller. And she told me a story. She said Arthur Miller would have sold his land to multiple bottling water companies. He was approached by many of them. He could have made millions of dollars. He could have, but what did he do instead? He entrusted this spring to the Eden Prairie City, the mayor and the city council. And he wanted it to give it to the community and to the people. And I really honor that. And I think now that the honor falls to you guys to protect it and keep it safe and keep it into the community and keep it pure so people can continue to use it for generations and generations. So I ask you to do the right thing and say yes to the EAW. Thank you.
Thanks, Tina. And then Roger Cuthbertson, and then Ryan Rontaz is on deck. Roger, welcome. You live in Shorewood. No,
Hi.
Yes, right?
I'm Roger Cuthbertson. I live in Shorewood, Minnesota, near the headwaters of Purgatory Creek. I taught school for 32 years in the Minnetonka school system, East Junior High, later East Middle School, is right on the marshy headwaters of the Purgatory Creek. So we know how valuable these creeks are and the watersheds that run through our metropolitan area. 9 Mile Creek, Purgatory Creek, Riley Creek, there are a number of them. And we've explored the entire length of Purgatory Creek. But as wonderful as Purgatory Creek is, it doesn't have anything like what I call Lion's Tap Spring, or the spring that we've been talking about. And I just hope you understand how precious this water is. And maybe you understand that many of us depend on this water and drink it. And there are people in the audience here that are drinking this water. Somebody brought at least 2 5-gallon jugs of it, and everybody's drinking this water. I hope you are too. And the history books history record will probably mention that as you debated this momentous decision, risking the life of a spring that has existed for thousands of years and has been used publicly ever since human beings have lived around it, that people were drinking this water in these very chambers outside in the lobby. I hope you're drinking this water. But what an irony! We're drinking this water, and it's free, and enjoying this precious resource. There's another spring like it in the entire metropolitan area.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciate you coming in. Thanks for coming down to share with us. Appreciate your years of teaching also. So thank you.
Here's to you. Make the good decision.
Is Ryan Ronchez? Is that? Okay, and then on deck would be Mahita Mayer. Not sure I'm getting that right, but Ryan.
Good evening. Thank you for having us here. I just wanted to bring up about these heritage trees. You know, a lot of these points I could reiterate. I had a lot drawn out, but they have been spoken of. One thing, though, driving here, this pine sprig is on my dash. I think about these pines every day. I teach my daughter about these pines. I take my daughter down to Frederick Miller Spring to teach her about the earth, to teach her about the value of water. It's these pine sprigs were cut down for money and short sight in the early colonial days of this land, and they still have not recovered to this day. Think about that. There are long-term consequences beyond your life here on these decisions tonight. That's it.
Thank you so much for coming in. Is Mahita, not sure again how to pronounce that? No. Okay, then let's move to Elena Varabayev from St. Paul, and then Jackie, looks like Quirum from Chaska is on deck.
My name is Elena Vorobiev. I'm from St. Paul, currently live in St. Paul. Thank you for your public service. 32 years ago, my family immigrated from the Soviet Union. 30 years ago, we discovered this spring. At that time, we were living in Coon Rapids, and all 6 children and my father commuted to fill the spring. This is more than just about the spring. I'd like to offer you a different perspective. First of all, the Russian community here, if not everyone, every family knows about that spring, and certainly they haul into on the spring road to get the spring. So just know it's really important to the Russian community and to the Russian immigrants. Just a little bit of 2 insights. I'm currently looking for a home. I'd like to buy in Eden Prairie, Chaska, Carver area. I have 2 friends behind me who are Eden Prairie residents, pay their taxes, their children attend Eden Prairie schools. I love Eden Prairie, primarily because of the parks, the safety. I don't really fit into St. Paul because I'm a conservative, but I align with people on the other spectrum when it comes to protecting the environment. So as a potential homeowner for this community, I can't find a home. I have $375,000 I can purchase a home with, and I can't. I'm outbid all the time. I understand your dilemma that we need homes here. But as someone who's searching for a home, I still ask you to do the study because the environmental impact is so much greater than just availability for homes. Second thing I would like to offer is, as a mental health therapist, for 10 years I've been working with PTSD veterans. I currently work at the VA. You have very, very many veterans that work here or that live here. Veterans struggle with agoraphobia. They sit home and they can't be around crowds. Your parks here, as lovely as they are, they're crowded. Every Sunday I come down to Grace Church. I worship there. Every Sunday I go to Round Lake for a walk or for tennis. It's crowded there. If you create this area as another park, for your veterans, for other community, people who live here.
Thank you so much.
It's a potential. Thank you so much for your service.
You bet. Thank you for being so respectful. So let's see, Jackie, I'm not sure, it looks like Q-U-I-R-A-M maybe? Are you Jackie? Okay, and then on deck would be Christina Gergen.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Jackie Quorum, and I live in Chaska now. My family, my parents and my 3 siblings lived in Eden Prairie for 14 years from 1973 to 87. So it is very special to me. My brother and sister rode their horses down Riley Creek to the spring, and I was newly married, so I wasn't part of that, but I, of course, visited their home. I have been drinking the water. I'm living in Chaska now. I have been drinking the water for 5-6 years. And the reason we're all here is because we really would like you to appreciate the fact that this is the watering hole. Like 130 years ago, this is where people meet. This diverse group of people, I talk to people when I go down to the spring, whoever's there, most people are friendly. It's an awesome thing. I mean, it's like going to work and talking around drinking the Culligan bottle water. But this is so different because this was a blessing that was gifted to you. Actually, it was Mayor Osterholt, if I said that right. And as the gal, a couple of people in front of me said, there are springs around the countryside where they make money bottling water. Some of the water goes for $5 a gallon. Well, this is free and it's for everybody and anybody. And I just wish that because it was gifted to you, you would appreciate the heritage of the spring and the legacy that has been given you. You have the burden on you to do the right thing.
Thank you, Jackie. We do appreciate that.
And I would appreciate you doing the EAW.
Thank you, Jackie. Appreciate that. And then Christina Gergen. Nope. Okay. And then Sue Schendler. And then on deck would be Trey Anderson. I hope I'm reading the tray right. So Sue.
Thank you for getting that right. That was well done. Yeah, I'm from Savage, like our previous gal there. I was kind of shocked that she didn't mention that, with us on the Credit River, we've actually already experienced what you guys are going to experience if you put those houses up there. The Credit River for almost 12 years was basically on the don't go anywhere near it list. With natural resources, it took a great amount of money and effort to get that cleaned up with those big standing cisterns and what have you for overflow. I mean, I know your housing guys are saying, well, they've got this plan of these drains and all of this stuff. None of it exists right now. The damage was done when they put that in place. When you dig in there to make those drains and you dig in there to do the sewage and the underlay for the roads and the infrastructure and the pipes, that's when you do the damage to the water. And that takes a long time and a lot of money to clean up. And I think that, that's something that really needs to be looked at. I mean, I don't hear anybody saying, they don't want people to make out, that they don't want people to make a living, that they don't want these people to be able to sell their land. They just want to make sure that, just like me, that we can go there and we can be sure that the water is safe. Even if it means, more testing, if it means a little bit of time, do the study, because I don't think that that's unreasonable. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sue. And then is it Trey? I'm not sure, Anders. Is it Trey? Yes. And then on deck is Mitch Michelson.
I have learned that there was once trout in Riley Creek. Wouldn't it make sense to restore life instead of taking an action that could very well pollute the creek further than it already is? We cannot know how this development will affect the creek until a proper environmental study is done. If this project is truly as harmless as Pulte says it is, they have nothing to fear. Meanwhile, the community will gain an immense peace of mind knowing the study has proved its safety. Thank you.
Thanks, Trey. from Wayzata, correct?
Yes.
And then Mitch Michelson, Riverview Road, Eden Prairie.
Good evening. I've lived in Eden Prairie my whole life. Prairie View Elementary, Oak Point, CMS. Graduated from Eden Prairie High School 21 years ago. I stood before the Planning Commission in favor of this project. I cited landowner rights, and I cited the process in which we use as a community to make decisions and better ourselves. I respect that process. I respect the work that's gone into this project. I respect the work the staff has done. I respect the opposition. I respect that they're exercising their right here tonight, but there's something I don't respect. And that's the approach that some of the opposition has used in this process. The spread of misinformation on social media and beyond, a beloved spring that we all enjoy, to draw unwarranted attention to this project, and ultimately a phone call to a landowner's personal cell phone, ending in harassment, that I don't respect. That's something this process can't reward. I'm here tonight to respectfully ask you approve the proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mitch. Stephen McKenzie. And then on deck would be Madhura Patel.
Mayor, no Stephen.
No Stephen. Okay, I'm sure I did not say your first name correctly. And you're from Shakopee. Is it Madhura? Or?
Yes, Madhura.
Madhura. There's a D there. I apologize. Madhura, go ahead.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. The last time I had spoken, I was more concerned about the water, but as I learned more, today I'm here to speak about the nature, the trees, the plants, the critical habitat, and they are the ones that cannot speak. So on behalf of them, I would like to say, please do justice to them. Let not endangered species die. That's the message I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming. Liz Reach, and then on deck is, Aridne McElligan. So Liz, are you Liz?
Yep, hello.
Fantastic, hi. And Liz, you're from Minneapolis.
Hi, my name is Liz Reach. I'm from Eden Prairie. I currently live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I make the pilgrimage out to this spring for water. I continue to after I graduated and left Eden Prairie in 2009. It's a really important site for me, not just the spring, but the surrounding area. It's all included. It's an entire ecosystem. This is the prairie. This is what Eden Prairie is. Best place to live. It's all about, we can't just get rid of this name. I love going there, collecting water, hiking the bluff in prayer. I'm non-religious, but this place is extremely spiritual. We have burial grounds here. There's maps that show it. There's LiDAR data. I'm just going to echo a few things for the rest of my time. The most important thing that I'm concerned about is the landslides and erosion, climate change, the proposed easement around the wetlands doesn't look good enough. What else? I know I'm running out, but I would like to see a non-biased environmental assessment of this area, not by some paid person. No offense, love that I want you to listen to the experts here. I would like you to vote no tonight on Noble Hill and further study the archaeological things we have here, like what we mentioned about Flying Cloud. There are clay pots. This was a settlement. I see my time is running out and just want to thank you all. please vote no for this
Thank you, Liz.
and
Thank
conserve the land.
Yep, thank you so much. Is this Ariadna McElligan? I'm sure I'm massacring the first name, but...
Yeah, I couldn't find that individual.
Okay, and then how about, is it Peter
Peter is here.
Zubkov? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly either. Peter, you're from Jordan, I believe.
Yes, sir. You do this all day. So, Your Honor, they're here for the water. Allow me to speak for we the people. There's blessing behind this. Allow the water, that spring to flourish, Father. Allow them to drink this water. Get a blessing on this Eden Prairie. It's a garden. And one day, there was a very big choice you made, and this will be remembered. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Peter.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Ariande is here.
Okay, Ariande, thank you for, please come forward. And then on deck would be Maggie Schmitz.
My name is Ariadne.
Ariadne, thank you.
I am from Indiana. I moved to Illinois about 3 years ago, which is where I've been currently living, and I'm trying to move to Wisconsin, which is really funny because I'm in Minneapolis right now, or Minnesota. Anyway, I just wanted to say that not only do I and my friends drink from the Frederick Miller Spring, which is pure living water, many people in this community and from across the state and multi-state area, like not just tri-state area, multi-state area, come to drink water specifically from this town, which provides natural free water, which is very rare in this capitalist society that we're currently established in. And I wanted to say how heartbreaking it would be to not only see, but to taste the water change over time after development, whatever you want to call that, capitalist mindset of gaining profit from people just living on land that was already there for years before we got there. Profiting off of that is highly, highly not recommended, especially in, if you want to live in a world where there are people living in it, then it's probably recommended that you treat them with dignity and respect rather than closed-mindedness, self over other mentality. Because when you put yourself above others, Mr. Mayor, you choose to decline the community from being the community that it is.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate you coming from Illinois. Maggie Schmidt and then Tony Anders. Excuse me.
Water's life. Treat it as such.
Hopefully people will learn something about appropriate democracy in this hearing this evening. So Maggie Schmidt, is that you? And then Tony Anderson is on deck, and then Jeff Abrahamson, I believe, is next. So take it away. Go ahead, Maggie.
Thank you. My name's Maggie, and I'm a homeowner in the city of Eden Prairie. As a resident, I'm here today to ask you to deny the rezoning of this land and approve the EAW so we can have additional environmental assessments and truly understand the impact a development like this would have on this land specifically. Additionally, the main reason that I'm here today, and I would reiterate most of the points that you've heard today around the environmental impact, but as a resident, I feel especially passionate around standing here today to ask you why you would approve a development of 50 high-income homes when the city has publicly committed to increasing affordable housing in Eden Prairie through the 2040 plan. I feel like that is a true question that I would like to understand from my city officials. Lastly, I'd just like to say I was watching this hearing at home and had no intention of coming here and speaking, to be honest. But as I had watched this, I'm pretty disappointed in how the people here have been treated and how they've been called disrespectful of democracy when they're just here to try and express their free speech and their right to speak how they feel in the appropriate way, in the appropriate place. I understand there are a few select people that have gone against that, but the majority of people here have not been disrespectful of democracy, in my opinion, as a resident. I'm fully committed to ensuring that our community hears about this and understands what this decision means for them, and that we have the ability to vote accordingly in the next election. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie. I would agree with you that the vast majority of the people have been respectful about democracy here, so thank you all who are still here. Tony Anderson, and then on deck would be Jeff Abrahamson.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your time and considering both your constituents' opinions and those beyond. I'm a resident of Eden Prairie. I am here to offer my opinions as well as supporting the opinions of those that have spoken before me, many who are much more intelligent when it comes to the actual environmental impacts and other topics. One point I wanted to mirror from the person that spoke before me is the 2040 plan and how that addresses affordable housing. I'm not sure how this really works with that. You know, these are homes that are $600,000 to $900,000 in that range that is well out of reach for many of your constituents. We've seen development after development of homes that are cookie cutter homes that are not attainable to bring new people to this city of diverse backgrounds, economic and otherwise. As I said, this impacts people both inside our city lines and beyond. And I don't think that asking everybody, do they live here or do they live outside of the city lines, is really relevant. We have people traveling up to 100 miles. As far as I know, if this spring were to go under, for any reason, for malfeasance of this development, people will be coming from Wisconsin, from outside the state lines. And like I said, as a homeowner, I have no interest in homes that are being developed of that value. We gain nothing as residents of this city. The tax base is not an issue. I've lived in Eden Prairie for a few years. I've grown up in this area for my entire life. I lived in Minnetonka.
Thanks, Tony.
I understand the amount of money that is around here and how well funded our city governments are.
Thank you, Tony. Jeff Abrahamson is next. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate that. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's see. Okay. We will address the affordable housing issues. That's a great question. So thank you, the last two people that raised that. So, Jeff Abrahamson, St. Paul.
Mr. Mayor and ladies and gentlemen of the council, my name is Jeff Abrahamson and I am here from St. Paul. I am here tonight representing the Standel family. You've heard a lot from other people. You've heard a little bit from some friends and family of the Standels. And you also have had an agenda, which I'm probably one of the few people that has read all 1,653 pages and listened to the entire speaking that we've done here tonight. I know I have 2 minutes, so I'm going to be very brief. The Standel family have owned that property since 1977. They have paid taxes on it every year. They have been assessed over $80,000. They have already paid, or approximately $80,000, let me be clear. And there's another assessment.
I'm not sure why, but keep talking. Keep talking.
I was going to say.
Pull the mic towards you a little bit, but yeah.
So, And there's another approximately $220,000 that they will be assessed as part of this project. This is a great family in the community that has been friends to everyone. You've heard about their Christmas tree farm. You've heard about what they've done. They have worked and maintained, and they've been great stewards of that property. You heard everybody here tonight that's asking about the water. Who maintained that property? Who maintained the Standles property so that that spring, well, we know the spring isn't actually fed from, I'm sorry, Riley Creek is the beautiful creek that it is, and that property is the beautiful property that it is. That's the Standles. That's private property. That's property that they have paid taxes on, they have worked hard for, and they have the right to develop. They've worked here now with Pulte, and there's been disparagement of Pulte, but they've worked with Pulte here because they have done the studies. They have done the impact studies. They have looked at this. You have 1,600 pages. And the Standles now are asking you to follow the facts and the evidence here. The Standles believe everybody has a right here to speak, but the Standles do as well. And this is the Standles property. And they're asking you to follow what is in the city's comprehensive plan for development. This is a low density development. No matter what anyone out there says, 50 homes on this property is low density. It lowers the impervious structure. It provides 8 acres back to the city to provide the most highly sensitive environmental areas. It gives that back to the city. And we don't just go out and hire it. When I say we, because the Standles work with.
Jeff, you're out of time. But
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Jeff. And then the last person that signed up is Paige Carlson. Is Paige Carlson here? Hi, Paige. Where are you from? Paige, where are you from? What city?
Hi, I'm from Dakota Territory.
Is there an actual city with that?
No, we're all on Dakota Territory.
I'm sorry, what?
Dakota Territory. So that's where I'm from, or that's where my ancestors moved to a couple hundred years ago.
Do you live somewhere today?
Yeah, I live on Dakota Territory.
And also a city? Say what?
I'm just
you know
gonna.
what, you'll have to give a city name. That's by the way, someone asked the other time.
Okay, is this cutting into my time? You talking?
Yeah, it might be.
Okay, so I'm just gonna
you
go.
You might just
then.
want to give your city, but I want to explain that. That's
I would
his
like my
policy.
time, please.
If you give your city.
Yeah, Dakota Territory. So I wasn't going to speak today,
Just
but
a second. Is it? It's our policy. Actually, is it state statute as well, or?
So I wasn't going to speak today, but
Maggie,
I'm not aware of any state statute.
So it's
I
okay
noticed,
to speak and not give her city.
and I wanted to name the harm that I saw caused today in cutting off people, but specifically cutting off Indigenous elders that we have in our community that we're coming to share with you all what they believe. And thank you for looking at me. You're the only one that's really looking at me. I know you guys are all probably tired. I'm really tired. It's past my bedtime. But I would really ask you to please protect the water. You have the power to do so. And there's enough time to do it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, Paige.
Mayor, I have one more that I don't have a sheet for. We'll get you a sheet. Elizabeth.
Okay, Elizabeth. Where are you from, Elizabeth?
I am from Eden Prairie, Minnesota. I am a pastor and a mental health therapist. I work with victims of trauma. And I just want to speak on behalf tonight of my passion of the spring and everything that it is bringing. So we are trying to help further by finding ways to help transition this land to a conservation area. We are exploring many possible funding sources to do this. Possible sources could be the city referendum, a legacy fund bill, U.S. Fish and Wildlife could also acquire the land. We are also looking into amending the 2040 city plan to rightfully change the zoning to open space and park. The only thing missing is cooperation from cities and parties involved and for the public to have an actual seat at the table. Again, here we have differing views and unknown future effects of proposed and existing 360 home development around the area. Isn't it sensible for the next step to have an independent study to prove it. I also want to say that there was recently an affordable housing development, but it was denied for environmental reasons. Why are you denying an affordable housing development in the city while entertaining this? And lastly, I implore you to vote the outspoken interests of our community and beyond, not an out-of-state developer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So Scott, is there anyone else back there to come before? Okay. Could I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Everybody's done?
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say...
We do have everybody done, it looks like now,
Kathy,
right?
we've got a motion
Okay.
in a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed. Okay. So, council, what's your pleasure? Do you want a little 5-minute break, or do you want to jump right into it? Do you have questions that you want to get at? So,
Questions,
Councilmember Freiberg, what's your pleasure? What are you raising your hand for?
I just
5-minute
said-
break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll recess and be back at 11 o'clock or so, as
Oh,
close as around there as we
well,
can.
I want to go over some of my notes.
Oh, we stand up there.
No. My throat is awfully dry.
Let's get this going again. So let's see. Do we have all 5 council members? We're missing. We got our city manager. All right. I think what I will do is just make a few comments regarding, in spite of what some people may feel as I tried to exercise my authority with a 2-minute speaking, that I want to express my gratitude for people coming. So I think I'll say a few things, and then Councilmember Freiberg, would you be willing to start your thoughts on this project? And we'll just go down the line. We'll skip me and end with me then, and then we'll ask any questions we have of staff after that. Does that sound okay, Mr. Getcho? And then thoughts, or would you want to ask some questions prior to us actually making some?
Well, from the developer, yeah, I want to.
All right, then let me make a couple comments just about the audience, and then we'll go to some questions. And so if you have a couple questions and you'd like to call anyone back up, that would be fine. So I wrote in the newspaper, and many of you read that I didn't write, I was interviewed in the Sun Current, that I was asked the question, is my mind all made up? And I said, well, it always has to be open to a public hearing. But if any council member, any of us, any county commission member, any legislator that went into the day of a vote in that hour, if they went in with this absolutely no idea how they were going to vote, somebody didn't do their due diligence. Staff didn't, assist them correctly. The elected official didn't do their research and their homework. So that's what I answered in the newspaper. I'm not sure how it was recorded. I forget that. But I do believe that in all of my research toward this night, it's not that I've come to this solid conclusion, it's that I follow the evidence. And that's what I've been doing, and I did in all the phone calls and emails respond back to people as honestly as I could. What I want to do is to thank all of you truly for your activism and involvement, because respectful, positive involvement is great for American democracy. It's what keeps us healthy. So thank you for hundreds of you pouring out, and for everyone that cared about this property, cares about this spring, which is incredibly valuable to the city, cares about our creek system, our water quality, our environment, our open space. Thank you, because, and especially people outside our city that love Eden Prairie for that, and absolutely our residents that also through the years have committed themselves to funding it with their tax dollars. So I thank this council up here for all of your activism and involvement that got you here. We love this town, and we pride ourselves in our environment. We are, I believe, so it's hard sometimes, and you can try to fact check me, but I think we're the most environmentally sensitive city right now in the 7-county metro area, and maybe the state. We're the only city that has a 2050 carbon neutral plan and a scaffolded plan to get there. We're the only, if you come from all these other cities, your cities don't have this. We're the only city that has a 2030 plan to get all electric battery fleet vehicles by 2030. We're the only city that's going to have an electric police car within the year. We're the only city with the very best tree preservation replacement policy that got copied by 50 other cities that we instituted back in 1996. And Hennepin Village is the living proof of that. Hennepin Village had no trees in it, and you walk that development today, and it's an urban forest. That shows what our tree replacement, tree preservation plan does, and it shows where our values are. So thank you for coming. You did several things. Number one, you did enrich democracy, so thank you for being here. You also reinforced for us, we love the spring. I love history. I know more than anyone in this total room exactly who capped it and discovered it. William Frederick, I know that you know that name, but his great-great-niece, I was power of attorney for, my wife and I, Lorraine Sohm, she died in 96, and her great-uncle and her grandfather capped that spring in 1878, according to her anecdotal knowledge. We love that spring, but thank you for caring about that as much. Your activism has reinforced for us how much we do care about our environment here in Eden Prairie, and we do tremendously. So thank you for being here. Whatever the outcome is tonight, you made a difference. I I just want to say that the Miller Spring itself, because of how valued it is from people outside our city, I think we've probably ignored it over the last decade or two, and I think we should absolutely make it more accessible. We ought to have a pavilion, some kind of a canopy that's permanent. This is separate from this project tonight, but I'd like to see, and I've already talked to staff about this, we can do this. Why one spigot? I checked with a couple hydrologists, actually. We can put 5 or 6 spigots there. People that come won't have to wait in line so long. We can make this an incredibly better experience for everybody because we care about this spring, separate from this project, and we'll talk about that in a moment. So with those comments, thank you for being here. Let's get some questions asked. So Councilmember Nelson, I know you had a couple.
Yeah.
So I don't know if
do
you want to pull someone back up, or what's your thought?
A number of them are for the Pulte developers.
Sorry, say what?
A number of them are for the developers.
Do you want the developer? Do you want
Well,
Dean to come back up? Or?
I'll need answers. Yes.
So maybe come back up. Okay.
I'm starting with it was on my list, but a number of people mentioned it, so I'll lead off with this one. On the slope stability, obviously you're going to regrade. A certain number of trees are coming off. Some of it wasn't particularly treed. But how, you've got 10, 15 foot, things to keep the soil back. So how are you going to ensure slope stability both for while you're building and permanently?
Yep, Mr. Mayor, to the council member's question, I think I might need to call our engineer up to have him respond to that type of question. That's more of an engineering question. And if that would please the council, I'd like to invite Mark Roush.
That's fine, yeah.
All right, thank you. Mark, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Good question, thank you. What we will be doing is we will work with Ron Intertech, who is the geotechnical engineering specialist, but we grade the site to a maximum slope percentage of 3-to-1. We will be vegetating it immediately within the 7-day period, and then we're tree covering, we're reforesting a lot of the slope that is going to be the outlot that will be disturbed, and a lot of that outlot area will be undisturbed. So we're through that method.
There are homes right above the top of it. And are you taking those houses and yards into consideration with the slope stability?
We are. And are you speaking of Hennepin Village?
Yeah, Hennepin Village has a couple of different streets that have homes along it.
Yeah.
Obviously a certain amount of weight, and they've been there for a while, but not that long.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so how do we make sure those homes are safe, the homes you're building are safe, and just generally the stability of it is going to work? So that's a concern of mine, and I think it's legitimate.
It's a very good question. The Hennepin Village site actually has a well-designed containment system already that catches most of the water that's sheeting off the back of theirs. They have some storm sewer and then swaling towards, I guess, the north. And all that water does stay fairly contained within their property.
Okay,
we have it surveyed, so that water will not come to us. There is one point where the road connection would be set up to the east. There will be a storm sewer that we'll install to help contain water there, and then everything really drains from themselves independently.
Okay. Next question. I don't know if this is going to be you or not. On the lot width, especially on the cul-de-sac, is very tight. And one question is the lot tight at the front, and how far back does it go under our standard width?
I think I understand the question. The lot width will be set up at 7.
It's like one of them's like 56 instead of 60.
Yeah, on the curb line, but the setback and the width will be the same as every other lot at the setback. So at the building.
Okay, so it is at the curb and just on the tightness of the cul-de-sac.
Correct.
By the time you get to the garage, it's going to be much wider.
Yes, it'll be same as all the other lots on the.
Okay. Well, it didn't seem to make sense to put a wide house onto a very narrow, and then it looks like something has been shoved there.
Right.
Okay. Next, how do you keep building material, dust, dirt, whatever, out of the land that you're donating to the city because it's critical? You know, we're talking stream, we're talking, what is it, the sand gravel prairie habitat.
Are you talking during construction or building homes?
Yeah.
Both?
Both. How do you keep what's happening on your building site out of the critical place that you're donating to Eden Prairie? You must have some ways that you do it, but how serious are you about keeping whatever you're dealing with out of that area?
Yeah, we'll be using erosion control. There'll be inspections. There'll be inspections after every rainfall to watch all the erosion control devices, fencing, the berming, the blanketing, stabilizing slopes quickly, only work in small areas, cleaning it up, getting it under control and stabilized, and just staying with that.
Even will be adequate for what we used to call the 100-year storm, and now we call twice a summer storm.
Yeah. Yeah, they do the best they can. I mean, you'd say 100-year storm, but
they do come more often these days. I assume you have to take it into consideration, unfortunately.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, then I have one more that I think you're expecting to hear from me, and that we are trying to make homes more sustainable for the lifetime of any owner, whether it's the first owner or a later owner. And Eden Prairie was built in the mid-90s and the early 2000s at a time where two-story homes were extremely popular. Mm-hmm. Most had the full bathrooms on the second floor and perhaps down in the basement, and a half bath on the first floor. But people are starting to understand, who are living in them, that if a family member has a bad car accident, or they get older, someone has a bad heart attack at 50 and can't climb stairs, they really need to either have access to a first floor bedroom with at least a bathroom with a shower, or they can't stay there and they end up moving, which I guess is fine for the real estate industry, but for a lot of families are wanting to stay in a home for longer periods of time. They're not moving every 3 or 4 years anymore. Right now, you only have half baths on your plans. I've heard you've talked about a shower in there is an option, but how likely is it we can talk you into putting it on as a basic where they can opt out?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, so when it comes to these particular homes are considered move-up single-family homes, and so they're designed for a younger growing family, and I understand the question, Madam Council Member, is if a person is to buy it and live there and then age in place, how do you address mobility issues that sometimes are needed by single-level living? We do provide that option to the customer. What I did was, I got a email from one of our vice presidents just after 5 o'clock tonight, because they looked at the homes built over last year, and of this nature, this particular style single-family home, and what percentage of those homes did that option of a full bathroom so that you could have full level living on one single level. How many times or what frequency is that selected? And the answer is 26.4% of the time last year. Those options were selected by our home buyers. We are not interested in dictating to the home buyer what their floor plan is. We provide that as an option. We do offer other kinds of housing throughout the Twin Cities of nature, like villa. I spoke of the Del Webb homes. A lot of those are slab on grade or single level living. They're intended to be where somebody 55 and over would age gracefully, and mobility issues like what you're
However,
getting
we
at.
are being told by people, sometimes even under 55, but that they really want a home that they could live in. And they have children that come back, they have people that come to visit. younger, all of a sudden they need to have a parent there for a while because they need help. Their kid has a car accident and ends up not being able to do stairs for 3 or 4 months. They're starting to think of, how do I deal with life and homes? And especially homes in the little higher brackets. It's not the top brackets. But what you're saying is basically what we have, and we've got stuff in our housing plan that says, how do we take homes that are like that and enable people to redo them? Is there anything that we could do to help? And now we're talking about building more that we'll just have to figure out again, where I would prefer to build it with that option just built in.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, to the council member's question, I don't know that I'll have a satisfactory answer to that question. We do believe that the consumer should be able to choose that option in their home. All I could suggest to you is also that given the footprint and the fact that that space can exist as an option, I would suggest to you that our homes could be more easily modified perhaps than some of the more existing housing structure that you may be coping with that issue with regards to. So I think that's maybe the best I can do.
Okay.
Is that it for now? Councilmember Freiberg.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I have a question here. It's one of clarification. I think you can help me. It's on the applications. Tree preservation.
Sure.
You know, I've been hearing a lot of things about how 445 heritage trees, and the key word's heritage, trees are going to be removed. In here, it says, it points out that there's 789 significant trees on that property. I've walked that property. I know that property off on it. Granted, it says 445 trees, but it says significant trees will be moved. It does not say 445 heritage trees. And if anyone reads that, there's a difference as far as the size between those two trees. A significant tree can be as small as 8 inches in diameter. They're not all heritage trees per the application I'm looking at.
Right.
You're pointing out significant trees. There is a difference. And I think on your behalf, it needs to be clarified that you're not going in there clear-cutting every big tree that you can find there and singling out all the heritage trees. So there's some misinformation out there, and there's an awful lot of that on the internet right now as far as everything they talk about that's getting removed are heritage trees, and that is not true. So I figured that's important to clarify. I'm looking at that, and these are true numbers.
Yes, sir.
I'm stating right?
You're stating those correctly. Okay. Yes, sir.
I thought that needed to be clarified on it. Thank you.
Councilmember Toomey.
I have 2 questions. One is about runoff. So I just would like to know the runoff is going to go to the south and the east of the spring, correct?
This might be another Mark Roush question to specifically address, but the runoff will be contained as far as rate and volume. And then the quality of the water, depending on where it's discharged, meets or surpasses the watershed district permitting requirements. And so we do have 2 outlots at the entrance of the development, A and C. Those will have ponding areas in them also. And then there is infiltration basins to the southwest, if you will, of the development as well. So I don't know if, Mark, if you want to add to that, is that okay if he comes up?
Yeah, and I have and outlot D has a pond on it too.
Yes,
right?
You're correct. Yep.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The stormwater, as Dean mentioned, is routed 2 different ways. To the north, actually, to our containment area, which is roughly a third or a quarter of the site. We'll go to that direction just because of the elevation difference. That actually will discharge to an existing pond on the north side of Spring Road. And then the other 2/3 or so that's captured runs through a series of 2 ponds on the south end, ultimately discharges to the wetland. That's treated at a much higher level, and then it will go off-sites.
South and east?
South.
Okay.
Yep, exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ryan, any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. First couple of points I want to say. I bring it up here is thank you so much for providing the EV charge for the potential buyers, and I think few of us there here we are really concerned about that. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Now a couple of questions. I think they're related to the question Kathy had, Councilmember Nelson had, is related. While the construction taking place, is there a chance the water could flow into the Riley Creek?
Mr. Mayor, to the council member's question, I think, so what you're asking about is during the grading work, the utility work, as the area is being disturbed for the initial installation of infrastructure and utilities, how is that contained so that we can make sure that we keep the sensitive area, environmental areas protected? And that, of course, is we have to comply with the watershed district and the city's rules with regards to erosion control and management. So we have to monitor that each and every day. And we also, I would imagine, will be visited by the watershed district too to make sure that that site is complying and not harming any of the nearby sensitive environmental areas.
So in other words, you're saying that will not happen, yes? Just want to make sure.
That would not happen, correct.
Oh, thank you. Now, related to the retaining wall, there's some discussion from multiple people calling us. Is there retaining wall? Is any possibility of degrading and then city has to repair that in the future?
So we're going to be using a lock block type retaining wall, not a boulder retaining wall for one thing, which I think will work better on this particular site. To your question about who maintains the wall, over the life of the development, there will be an HOA established that the people who live there will pay into, and they will be responsible for the maintenance and the reparation of the walls if needed, not the city.
Okay, thank you.
What's the life expectancy of those walls?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, of the walls?
Yeah.
That would be another question.
I mean, I've seen them degrade, I guess, and they can get really expensive, and so
Sure.
I just, yeah.
Sure. 50 years?
Yeah. Okay.
50 years, Mr. Mayor.
What was that, 50?
Yes.
I had a couple questions. Are you okay? Okay. I couldn't even guess how many Christmas trees are up there when I walked it a couple times, but maybe the Standals know, but it seemed like a lot, 500, 1,000, something. But, and I know the Standals, before you took ownership, were trying to move some of them, but there's still just a ton more. And I also know that in your staging process, it's not as easy as just lifting them and moving them somewhere on your property, but are they able to be bundled and then for 3 months set aside and then replanted pretty quickly? Because that would obviously, I mean, greatly enhance if we could keep, half of those Christmas trees on that property, or thicken up the east border where we're taking some of the white pines down that I was trying to push and encourage Pulte to save. Yeah. Is there a way that some of them could be used?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's my understanding that there is. Now, of course, it depends on how big they are, how mature they are, but my understanding is a lot of those trees are probably within the maturity level that they could be ball and burlapped and perhaps utilized.
So you have plans to do that?
Somewhere on the site. I talked with my boss about that, and he said we try to do that whenever we possibly can, because it's actually a very economically smart thing to do. It's about a quarter of the cost of, I believe, of bringing in trees off site. So if we can use them on site, we will, for sure.
Sure. Do you have something to weigh in on that comment, or?
Yes.
Sure.
Could I have just a moment?
Come forward, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the Standal family has already taken it under their own effort, and they just in the last several weeks have preserved approximately 400 more of those pine trees, some that have been transplanted already or moved to other areas in Eden Prairie, and a number of them that are small enough that have been potted, and that those will be preserved and then either sold out into the community or given away as well. So just in the last several weeks, they've been working diligently on that to try to save as many as they can. And in speaking with the family, there are certain varieties of pine trees that simply do not transplant. And so there simply is not much they can do. But I think it's important for all of you to know, and everybody listening, those were planted for Christmas trees to be cut down. So they are working diligently to try to save every tree that is possible to be saved, either to be moved and transplanted or to be potted and then moved at another time.
Thank you.
So,
thank you for that, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the fact that trees will live. But my hope was that they'd actually be kept on site, because I think that would definitely help mitigate impacts on the borders, and so, and also down by Spring Road. I mean, I know that's where a lot of grading will occur with the NERP ponds. But if they could be, balled and burlapped and kept alive for 3-4 months and put back in there, I would love to, encourage as many of those trees on site to be saved. Okay. And then the only other thing that we've really made as a policy as a council to, not a formal policy, but definitely an informal policy to highly encourage is that it's not that expensive to put in an EV plug-in, whatever. The difference between like roughing it in and actually installing it, just minor on an $800,000 house. And so, again, some of these, if we end up voting for this project tonight and have conditions, they can be worked out between first and second reading. But I would really, just to stay consistent with the last 2, 3, 4 projects that we've approved, I would like to see that as a standard in every garage. Because if the city's trying to get to a total electric fleet by 2030, I mean, the goal is that the people of Eden Prairie also, that we might have, 50, 75% electric cars in this town in the 2030s. And for us to be approving a project that doesn't have that in the homes right now, I think is short-sighted. So I would highly encourage that. Any other questions of anybody? And are we ready to start to share some thoughts? And that may generate some questions, or what's your pleasure?
I have one question.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there is one question come up from the audience about potential landslide. And I was wondering, is there any risk in terms of any kind of landslide scenario coming out after the development?
No, Mr. Mayor, to the council member's question, we've had our engineers look at any concerns along those lines, and it's designed to protect against that. So we don't have that concern.
I have a question about that. Does OSHA come out? Because I know they have slope requirements or something.
Mr. Mayor, to the council member's question, I guess I'm not familiar with OSHA coming out to inspect that type of a slope. Generally speaking, if my experience, at least with OSHA inspections, is looking at the slope of trenching, or trench box might be required because maybe a trench is dug deep enough that you need to put in a trench box. That's kind of a different situation than what we're dealing with here.
Okay.
All right. Maybe, thank you so much. Maybe certainly we'll call you back up, or
thank you.
If other questions come up. My suggestion would be to start at one end and go down and just share thoughts. Councilmember Freiberg, are you up for this? Are you okay starting?
I am. Okay, first off, when you look at us collectively, that we represent 65,000 people, roughly 64,000. None of us want dirty water. We're very, very dedicated to the resources we have in this city. Every single one of us. The mayor and I spent many years on the Heritage Preservation Commission, so we're both very, very well versed as far as during that time with what we're talking about right here with the water. I think something's very important when it comes down to this issue, and that's one of private property rights. Our country's built upon that. Our country's built upon that. If we ever start going against that, then we're starting to break down the foundation of what we were built upon. Understand that we will do everything always to preserve the environment in Eden Prairie. Every single person here, as far as believes that in their heart. We do this with a passion. As much passion as you're showing out there, we have that much passion up here to do the right thing. And the right thing in this case is respecting private property rights. If any of you doubt what I'm saying right now, switch places with the Standells right there. See how far the feeling side versus the facts do when that's your property and now it comes up that you cannot sell that property. You have a right to do that. And I think that gets lost in the discussion too many times. Where this came up with me, as I spoke to many people and they'd asked me, was I predetermined as far as my thought pattern? Absolutely not. I told them I would listen. I said, no guarantees, but I will listen to each and every one of you out there. But when you start mixing feelings, you start getting things involved in here beyond the water quality. You start going to the threatened species, and then all of a sudden where it breaks apart with the feeling side is when you bring in affordable housing. Anyone can tell me, look me in the eye and can tell me how your argument doesn't fall apart when it comes one of almost like class envy, that you would rather have affordable housing up there than the housing that would go up there, and how that would make any difference in the quality of that water by just changing the type of housing. I'm going to stand behind what I just said. I believe strongly in the rights of a homeowner to do what he wants to do with his property. They have a right to sell it. Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes. I want to start by saying we have protected the spring for the last 50 years, and we plan on protecting the spring for the next 50 years and on from there. We have had a proud heritage of keeping the water free and clean and available to the public, and that will not change. In fact, if the mayor has his way, you may actually have an extra spigot and perhaps something to cover you from the rain. I do think it's important to get the rest of Riley Creek under protection and the sand and gravel prairie habitat also under public protection, so the plants and the animals that live in there will be able to continue doing that. And some of my questions on how do we protect that during development, we'll definitely have our staff be looking at that. I don't think, from everything we know and all the history says, the spring is from the other side of the road, and it does go down through the sand. We know that's there because one of our churches wanted to mine it at one point. It wasn't allowed to do that. But I have no worries whatsoever about that spring being available to all who want to come free of charge, with a safe parking spot and staying good to drink, hopefully forever, but certainly overhaul the lives of even our youngest member who came to speak, that it will still be there for him. On the part of the development, I guess I'm okay about, the sustainability of the slope and to make that safe. And that's one of the things our own inspectors are going to have to go out and make sure happens, because it's not only important to this land, it's important to the people who live above it. I guess I'd also want to say thank you for the Standells. You've been farmers for a long time there. Not everybody thinks of Christmas trees as farming, but it is. And in fact, that land has had farmers on it since at least 1880. And so that's 140 years of farming. And a lot of people have talked to me about people putting fertilizer and such on their land. I think you can probably confirm that probably every one of the farmers at the various stages of what was happening, different things now from 1880, but they've always tried to grow their crops in the best manner, and that probably takes fertilizer, insecticide, and I hate to think what people were putting it on in the 1950s and 60s, where everybody thought that DDT was the next best thing to put on your tomatoes. Luckily, we haven't been there now. But this is not land that's been wild or anything else. It's been farmlands since the area was developed. And I think that should be pointed out. And also, currently the current owners are very good stewards of that land. And we do respect that and thank you for it. And your neighbors certainly have underlined that as well. My main problem with this, and I'm still deciding on the vote, is keeping on with homes that have the same problems that our current ones do. And I don't know how I'm going to be that. I would really like that to be a standard and an opt-out rather than an opt-in. And the fact that it doesn't is important, I think. It's been a big problem in the city, and I think it will continue to be one. You don't know at 45 what you might need at 55. Or you might need 2 years from that because something has happened. And I've seen too many families sort of heartbrokenly leave their home to something different. Sometimes have to move out of the city to find the space that they can accommodate their now family member. So, like I say, I'm still thinking.
Councilmember Narayan.
Thank you, Mayor. Take my mask out for a second. This is consumed last 1 month, a lot of time for me, and I assume same thing for my fellow council members. We received hundreds of emails, calls. I think even this Sunday I got calls at 9 o'clock. Then I think I looked at on Monday morning, there was call came in at 11:30, and we listened to the voicemail on Monday morning. Like most of us told you that we read 1,653 page. I read twice. Because first time you go through, scan through, then you go back again, revisit again. So we are taking this is extremely serious. Like other people said here, we are not going to affect the water quality in Eden Prairie. All of us been here 20, 30, 40 years. And we are passionate about Eden Prairie. That's the reason we are sitting here at 11:40 in the evening, because we're concerned about the 65,000 people, residents of Eden Prairie. So, looking at, we also, many of us, I think, we went, actually visited the site, we walked around, truly to understand it, how the site is laid out. I believe a couple of things that study, I believe in science, and all the things I read, all the people I talked to, I believe that spring is not going to be affected. That spring well is around 500-600 feet away from the nearest home that potentially going to be built. Plus all the graphics from the developer that we've seen also show that. Now related to the trees, that I think Councilmember Fiber kind of clarifies some issues there. And the other part is the $190,000 that city spend that money properly. As you saw today, earlier, how do we spend our money in all aspect of it. So we will put those trees back in Eden Prairie again. So it won't be a loss, I can guarantee. The other part is, I've been working with the staff last 15 years. I truly believe we have incredible staff. Their analysis, I believe their analysis more than any specialist, because the reason is they've seen thousands of these development come and they approved, they rejected, they've seen every combination of that. So when they tell us something, we know that's true. So overall, that I truly don't believe this is affect the spring. If it does, I will not be favor of this development. I will not be. It's this affect my grandchildren and the people who elected me, 65,000 people in Eden Prairie. And that's true for all of us, I think. Now, additionally, we have an additional check. The watershed district, they are the expert in water quality. I hope I'm not speaking out of my, is that true? Yeah. Okay. So we have one more check to make sure the water quality is not impaired. And there's another independent body checking. So if some reason we made a mistake, we misjudged, we read wrong that 1653 page, we have another independent body checking this to make sure that we don't make that mistake. So I'm convinced that the water quality is not going to be affected with all these steps. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Councilmember Toomey.
Okay. I just would like to say thank you to everybody that came up to speak tonight and present to us as well. I try to approach things pretty pragmatically and look at science and facts. And these studies that have been done, these are the things that I believe. The studies from geological to hydro to traffic and biodiversity. I believe, let's talk about things separately. I don't believe there is any evidence that Riley Creek will be significantly impacted. The city and the watershed district have participated in several stream bank stabilization and creek restoration projects in the past, and they will continue to do that in the future. As a matter of fact, since 1999, when they started doing studies on the creek, it has improved in certain aspects, which you've heard tonight. And right now, a portion of the property does run off directly into the creek, and that's going to be part of the 8 acres that are deeded to the city, so that will be taken care of. It'll be replanted with trees. The biodiversity, the section of, from what I understand from the plans, the section of the property that's going to be developed, Hennepin County deems as having no significant biodiversity significance. Well, I already said that, significant. But, and then the spring, let's talk about the spring. Let's talk about the spring. Okay? The spring will not be affected. Over 8 acres of land around the spring, or like you heard, over 30% of the project will be deeded to the city if this project goes through. This will serve as a buffer between the spring and the homes. And as you all know, the spring originates to the west, and the discharge point is across the street. The runoff, which we got clarification on, will be to the south and the east. There'll also be several retaining ponds on the property, and which will allow the runoff to be treated. The city will continue to do monthly testing for nitrates, and the spring will be there for many, many years to come. I understand your trepidation, people that are opposed to this project, but you have to look at the facts and look at the experts that have come in and given us their reports. You know, many of the emails we received kept asking us, please keep the spring, don't get rid of the spring. You know, the spring's going to be destroyed. I don't know how to make this clearer except to say it again that nothing's going to happen to this spring. And finally, I think this is private property we're talking about. This family has a right to sell their land. And based on all the studies and fact, rezoning to low density housing, not urban, won't have any negative effects on the surrounding area, the spring and the creek included. And we have the responsibility to citizens of Eden Prairie to do the right thing. And this is the right thing. This is a great place to live. And we would never approve anything that would harm it. We're extremely fortunate to live here, and I appreciate everyone's concern, but I really wish you would read the reports and look at the facts. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, you wanted one more chance.
One thing that I had not pointed out, too, that was brought up repeatedly by a lot of people. Eden Prairie currently has 43 miles of nature trails. We have 1,400 acres of natural areas, plus another 1,000 acres of maintained parks, and another 160 miles of non-nature trails. You could walk a different nature trail every day for a 10-mile run for 140 days before you had to repeat. This isn't the only natural area, and we have over the years, we have gotten probably more parks and nature trails. That doesn't even speak to the conservation area that we have already in Eden Prairie. This particular 18 acres is not the only natural acres and places for people to walk by any stretch of the imagination. It's all on the internet. There's all maps of it where people can find. Many of them are not even part of the end of this land. Will end up by continuing one trail and finally finishing it off, where people can walk the trails from the spring without ever going on private property. And it will still be a great area for everybody who's currently using it. But I do think we need to point out that most towns don't have the 1,400 acres of natural area, treed and otherwise, but we have put that together over the last 30 to 40 years.
Thank you. So I completely understand, as the rest of the council members do, why neighbors surrounding an infill piece of property would not want it to develop. We deal with this several times a year across Eden Prairie. We're down really to these smaller parcels, even as small sometimes as 5 and 10 acres. They're often in a neighborhood that had a rambler on 5 acres, and we come in and put 17 or 18 on slab homes. We've done that 3 times in the last year. That's what communities like Edina, Bloomington, Minnetonka, Hopkins, Eden Prairie, that's what we're doing now, because these larger plots are coming up for sale, and landowners do have property rights, and cities cannot buy every piece of open space across their entire city. To echo what Kathy said, and I appreciate, I'm not bashing other people's cities. I appreciate that you're from other cities, but I want Eden Prairie people to hear this. We far surpass the cities around us in open space land and natural areas that we've purchased with your tax dollars with referendum money. We own the largest old-growth virgin wood stand in all the 7-county metro area. It's here in Eden Prairie. Walk the trails. It's the big woods. The Richard T. Anderson. We own more bluff land than any other city up and down our neighbors with the Minnesota River. We have 10% of all Eden Prairie land that's in parks and natural areas, open space. 10%. Your city, again, I'm not just bashing your cities, but I appreciate that you're here telling us, to do more and more and more, and thank you. But go back to your home cities too, right, and tell them to do more and more and more, because we've already done more. So if it's the open space alone I think that argument doesn't hold water alone, no pun intended. If it's the spring, I do want to chat about that. So I know that anytime a developer brings an expert in, everyone just assumes it's conspiracy theory, all over the place today, that they just assume that they're not going to be honest or open. And Summit Enviro Solutions, if you do Google them, it's a really reputable company. Our staff here work with them. They serve on committees with them. They're certified and licensed to the extent that if they didn't come and speak on behalf of the people using the spring, on behalf of Eden Prairie residents, they'd lose their licenses. I do trust their work. They did, the geologist, hydrologist that was here tonight, John, he is one of the best in his field. So when he says he's done his research, and by the way, he did say one comment. I got asked a lot on the phone, can we guarantee 100% that any project in Eden Prairie is not going to damage the spring? An EAW would never do that. You'd have to dig down 90 feet into the ground to get to the clay level to prove something about where the water flows. But we can make some really good scientific guesses by looking at all the wells that have been dug around, seeing how deep they go, seeing when they hit the clay, map that out on a map. We know with almost assured certainty that this is a seep that's coming down from about a 90-foot down level to about 130 foot. We know exactly where it's coming out of the hill. It's coming out at, 781 feet of elevation. We know where it's coming out. That's science. It's on the west side. It's coming out at 781. Noble Hill drops to 731. You think about that. All the water seeping down into the Noble Hill ground. If it does get into an underground something, it runs into the gully that's down there at 731. In other words, for water from Noble Hill to get west at the 781 foot level, it has to go uphill 50 feet. It's not going to happen. So, can I sit here tonight and assure you absolutely that this development is not going to harm the spring? Yes, absolutely. I can absolutely do that. There are other reasons you may want me to vote against it. I understand that. But this spring is going to be protected. This water will be pure and protected for decades and decades to come. And this project that's low density, because 28 acres times 2.5, they could have a whole lot more houses than they even do. This project, this low density that's clustered so that they can gift the city with 8 acres that will even further protect the creek and the spring area. We're getting a third of this land for free off this development site. So the spring, if you're here for the spring, thank you for coming. We're going to save it. It's not an issue. We're going to improve it. We'll make the 5 spigots there. We'll put a canopy on it. We'll dress it up. We'll definitely make it be a place, a destination place even better, and we will protect that water. Secondly, the creek. Riley Creek is impaired. Lake Riley is impaired. It has I guess you just call it pollution, but it has pesticides, insecticides. I mean, there are things that polluted it. And because of the land, the contiguous land up and down Riley Creek as it flows down toward Seaver Peterson's property, it encounters all kinds of pollution issues. So if we were to let this land stay a farm, like if the Standals decide to keep it in their generations and keep it as a tree farms put pesticides on, insecticides, and fertilizers, and that's what they do. And the farming before that did even more of that. All that washed down unabated right into the creek for decades. This project's going to capture 98% of the sediments in the NERT ponds. So when I told people on the phone that this project will enhance the spring in the creek, I did not lie. And I'm an environmentalist, and some people called me out of it. Absolutely. I love the environment, and I will work hard to leave Eden Prairie a better place for my grandkids. This project leaves the spring and the creek better. Now, you can disagree with the project on other reasons. That's fine. So I check the spring, check the creek. Then they talk about all the trees coming down. If you look at the pictures of not too long ago, it was all farmland. And the parts that are not farmland are being given to the city. We're getting the 8 acres of wooded land, and the parts that were farmland, that's what's being developed. And so yes, trees are coming down, in some cases overgrown Christmas trees. Yes, every project I've ever approved since I got on the city council cut trees down. That's why in 1996 we had no tree replacement policy when I was elected to the council. That's actually one of the reasons I ran, was that this developer down on the east side of Eden Prairie had gone in, clear cut the entire 30 or 40 acres, and then gone bankrupt. And I said, that's got to change. We can't do that. So I ran on a tree preservation platform, which now my record shows we now are more treed in Eden Prairie today than at any time since the glaciers. Honest to God, and you can fact check that. We have more trees in Eden Prairie today than the land, because we were prairie oak savanna, than the land has ever had. So yes, some trees are going to come down. Look at Hennepin Village. Yes, they'll be replanted, and yes, they'll grow back up. I am concerned about animals, but if there's Eden Prairie residents out there, none of you would be living where you are today if the councils at the time did not approve your project because of the squirrels and the deer. I feel bad for the squirrels and the deer, but the nice thing about this project is it's contiguous to parkland. It's contiguous to a deer corridor. So at least if you do anthropomorphize animals, at least they will be able to run 100 feet across a border and get into a park. So at the very least, this project should relax you a little bit that the animals will be better protected here than in most projects where animals are not protected. All right. Just a comment that we don't approve projects to increase tax base. Never have, never will. Our job as a council, that shows a little bit of a lack of understanding of municipalities and really basic law and the role of governmental units at a local level. We manage development processes based on what Councilmember Freiberg said about individual landowners own their land. They decide if they want to sell it to whoever they want to sell it to, and then a developer comes in and says, will you, based on your city code and your policies and your procedures, allow this project to come in? That's what we do. We look at that project that comes in. We didn't pick Pulte. I will say that Pulte has built 4 times in the city of Eden Prairie since I've been on the council. I think that's the entire time, actually, since 95 or 96. We've never had any issues with Pulte. But even if we had, all we would do is get our inspectors more out there, and we would more oversee it. We could not by law simply say, well, we don't like you because we heard that you have a bad reputation somewhere out there in the world. We can't, that's not legal, everyone. I mean, I understand that that's not your role out there, people that spoke to us tonight. It's not your role to decide if it's legal or not to approve or whatever. You simply have the luxury of being against it. But it is our role. And we do have an attorney sitting right here. Maggie, wave your hand. So Maggie is the one that defends us in court, and she's the one that we check everything by. And our attorney is so critically important to us because if we do something wrong and we are sued as a city, she's the one that will defend us. So we're very careful to do things legally appropriate. And that's what our job appears complicated because we are looking out for the environment. We are looking out for the spring. We are looking out for the creek. And we're looking out for our taxpayers. And we're making sure that the laws are followed according to landowner rights. We have a very broad sense of responsibility up here for what our job is. And I think over time, I think the evidence is that we've done a really great job. I know that the EAW, so many people said, well, at least approve that. The problem is that if the EAW is not warranted at all, and we're simply putting another roadblock in front of a developer, that's not, well, I'm going to say it's not legal. It's not legal just to put roadblocks up in front of people. The point is that everything on the EAW petition that was listed out, we had answers to. Now, you may not agree with those resources that we use to get answers, but we do because we trust our staff, we trust the DNR, we trust the watershed district, we trust the expert companies that Pulte hired because our city staff oversaw and have worked with them. So to say that the EAW just to do it as a backup, that's not how we operate, and it's not how the state, the Environmental Quality Board, doesn't even demand that. In fact, as you know, all they approved was the idea that the petition was valid in terms of the signatures and the way the process was filed, and they simply, by law, had to give it to the government body that was appropriate. That's us, and that's it. They didn't say, oh, this is a good idea or not. So if, as you know, the Environmental Quality Board says if it's under 40 homes, you're exempt. Well, this one had 50. In order to be mandatory, it's got to be 250 homes. In order to have an EIS, which is Environmental Impact Statement, you got to have 1,000 homes. EAWs and EISs are for very large projects. I know many of you said, well, it's cumulative. Well, that's true across the whole city of Eden Prairie. Every single small project that we approve somewhere, I guess, is cumulative to all of us. We wouldn't have 65,000 people here. The Met Council predicts that we will probably have 80,000 people by 2040. I hope I'm alive. I don't know if I'll be here. The point is that if the whole 7-county metro area is growing by 1 million people in the next 15 to 20 years, we're already 70 to 80,000 homes short. So some of you that say build all affordable, you can't build an affordable house on a $200,000 lot. And a $200,000 lot is what market determines. So probably cities like Eden Prairie, Minnetonka, Hopkins, Bloomington, Edina, I'm going to go out on a limb here, will probably almost never again build an affordable ownership-owned house. Maybe townhomes, possibly. We can do apartments, and that's what we're doing more and more on. But the idea that if you shouldn't build an entire life cycle span of housing, if you build $500,000 houses, then $300,000 house people sell their houses and move into 5, and then we free up the $300,000, and then we get closer to affordability. So we build $500,000 and $700,000 and $1.2 million houses because we build it all. We build the entire continuum, and we try to build affordable. We have put more, I don't know if this is true, we have 400 or 500 affordable apartment units. We've 600 maybe in the last just 3-4 years. I think we've been at the top of the whole, near the top of the whole region in our affordable housing that we're building. We're good in the stuff that you all are criticizing us for. And in many cases, your cities are not. I'm not just bashing your cities. I love the mayors of your cities. We meet all the time. Eden Prairie's done a great job with the things that you're critical of us tonight. And the mistruths and the misinformation that's been out there is well, sad, but interesting. All right. Is there anything else then any of you want to add? So with that, do you have any other, I mean, I can entertain a motion. We probably need to put the EAW, there's a motion before you. If you're okay with that we have enough information that we don't need an EAW, then I would recommend that somebody move option 1.
I move to close the public.
No, that's already done.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Where are we now?
Just move right below. Read the second line. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I move to adopt the resolution denying citizen petition for preparation for a EAW, adopt a resolution for a plan unit development concept review on 27.51 acres, approve the first reading of the ordinance for a plan unit development district review with a waiver and zoning district change from rural to R1-9.5 on 27.51 acres, adopt a resolution for preliminary plat to divide 3 parcels into 50 lots and 4 outlots on 27.51 acres, direct staff to prepare a development agreement incorporating staff and commission recommendations and council conditions, authorize the issuance of an early land alteration permit for Noble Hill at the request of a developer, subject to condition outlined in the permit.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So just I want to make sure, Kathy, you had a couple of hopes that might get in there in terms of, like I had my electric vehicle plug thing I'd really love to get worked out between second reading. They're going to maybe look at the bathroom issue, but they did answer back that there will be room for a private landowner in the future to put one in, which is huge because that's the problem in most houses today.
That is correct, that there will be space for a shower if a future owner wants to. You're right. I do want the electric vehicle having to be put in. We've been requiring everybody to do that.
If that, yeah. And then
It's not very expensive, they keep
Any other
claiming
conditions
too.
between first and second that we want to make sure we have in there? Getting tired tonight. Mr. Gattro, anything that you can think that I'm missing? Or?
I think you've covered everything. We
Okay.
made a note on the
any
electric
further
vehicles.
discussion, council? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. So we have, let's see, I think that's it for the evening, is it not? I will
Payment of
entertain a
claims.
motion.
No, we have to do payment of claims.
Oh, is that in there? Did I miss that somehow?
Yeah.
So I don't even have my agenda here. Oh, here it is. So payment of claims. Is there a motion to approve payment of claims?
I will move to approve payment of
Or
claims.
second?
Second.
Is there any other further discussion or any items you want to question? Roll call.
Councilmember Freiberg.
Aye.
Councilmember Narayan.
Aye.
Councilmember Nelson.
Aye.
Councilmember Toomey.
Aye.
Mayor Case.
Aye. All right. Could I have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn the city council meeting tonight.
A second.
Oh, yes. Did you second?
Yeah.
Lisa seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed. Meeting is adjourned.
Phew.
Folks are not going the right way for the public. I'm just going to tell you that right now. And the public gets to elect, and change is in the air for you folks.